And to that piece of lieutenant that's always on his podcast, bash us, him.
Attention to roll call.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. 8:05 live Eastern Time. And, of course, it's your Friday roundtable with the Finest Unfiltered. Quite interesting week. Now, you've heard me say it numerous times if you watch this network. If you're a friend, you're a listener, or a troll. You know, I often say there is a three-tiered system in the NYPD. Here's further evidence of the three-tiered system. I often talk about tier one being the upper echelon, those that have access, those that have political connections. Your rank of chief in the NYPD. So some serious allegations come out in New York City with the NYPD that Richie Taylor, who is in charge of community affairs, the NYPD chief that rose to the ranks, another one by rocket fuel, who's not black, has nothing to do with black. He rose to the ranks of rocket fuel because of his access and his connections with the community. My opinion. And Richie Taylor has some serious allegations here, and the allegations are of stolen time. And there's no indictment by the DA's office and zero discipline by the NYPD, just a mere transfer. The allegations of stolen time, some serious allegations. And in fact, do I believe everyone deserves due process? Absolutely. But do we need due process? Because it's already been determined that Richie Taylor has to pay back thousands in time that he did not work. So he either stole something or did not. How do we get to a point of thousands of hours stolen or not worked, and you have to pay it back? And this has now become a theme in the police department with certain ranks. Well, while others have been arrested, terminated, and face some serious discipline because they're not in that tier or they're part of general population or they were a fall guy. Quite interesting to me. Now, let's talk about standards in the NYPD and comparisons, right? How do you have a standard? You have measurability. And so I say to myself, wow, here's a chief, allegations of stolen time, and he gets to pay it back. And it's just a mere transfer. Does that really matter for a chief? Honestly, it's not a big deal. And then you say, what are the standards in the police department, right? Let's make a comparison here. Captain Wilson, who everyone has been laughing at, some is a hero, big brass balls. In reality, all he did was make a statement that Zohran Mamdani is not his mayor. He's not into Democrats. And for that mere statement, he was transferred. Same sense of discipline in comparison to Richie Taylor. So what is the standard? Good morning, fellas. Let's talk about this because I find it irks me that I often talk about this three-tier system. It's right in everyone's face. Marlon, John, good morning. John, take it away, brother.
What's up, brother? What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Interesting week this week, people. Interesting week, interesting week on air, off air. So we're going to definitely get into all that. Stephen S. says today, right? What's today? Today is Police Memorial Day, right? May 15th. So all are fallen in the ultimate sacrifice they made. Remember them. And those that they left behind, their families, their children, their partners, remember them. Yeah, thanks for reading that out. For those of you guys and girls that are studying and you're on the job, you should know what May 15th is. So, yeah, I mean, look, when we talk about Richie Taylor, I think we've spoken about him before. When I say DEI, people get all bent out of shape, but it just is what it is. He, in my opinion, Richie Taylor is the epitome of a DEI chief. He was made chief because of how he looks or what he believes or what his gender. And honestly, in my opinion, he was made chief because he's Jewish, right? And he's a friend to the Jewish community. And it was, again, that is the diversity, equity, inclusion agenda, is to basically make every race, religion, gender, sexual preference, make every single one of them equitable. Right. So, I still don't see a lot of Asian chiefs. So I don't know why they don't do that. I don't know why you guys aren't good enough to be chiefs, but I don't know. I don't know what that is. So I don't know why you guys don't fall into the equity plan. I guess they're looking for an Asian woman to be a chief first, because that's, the number one goal. But when you look at like stealing time, to me, it's no different than stealing overtime. There's not a difference to me of stealing regular time or stealing overtime. You're stealing taxpayer funds. You're lying. It shows your integrity. And it's what's known as grand larceny, right? Like when you break that $1,000 threshold, you're committing grand larceny. How could you be a police officer committing a crime and then be held completely unaccountable for a similar crime that anybody would be held accountable to? I think if you look at us three right now, I think it's very known to everybody that if we were still on the job and we got found guilty of this, what you would see is us getting perp walked out of our commands after internal affairs found out about this. We would be handcuffed, arrested. More than likely the DA would prosecute us. So there's a lot here. There's a lot more I want to talk about. I definitely want to talk about the 2 interviews that were both on the executive perspective and on the 10-4 tavern. I don't know if anyone thought that like coming on here means you're not allowed, no longer going to get criticized, or the show's going to no longer give opinions of you, or it's like home plate. But, this is the Finest Unfiltered, not the Finest Filtered. So we're going to talk our opinions. We're going to give our actual analysis like we always do. And that's what it is here. And, for anyone that doesn't like it, it's what we do, so, welcome to the Finest Unfiltered, people. So yeah, when we talk about Richie Taylor, though, I think, you really see a double standard. You see cronyism, nepotism, and we've been saying for a very, very, very long time, Eric has his tiered system where he tells you, and you could see there's protected classes, unprotected classes, and Richie Taylor certainly fits into that detective class. Because, just think about it right now. If I run out on the street, you're a female walking down the block with your purse, and I snatch your purse, and then the cops get me a few blocks later, and I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. I want to give the purse back now. Traditionally, the cops won't just say, okay, yeah, he was just kidding, give the purse back, and they won't lock you up. And that's basically what happened here. Is they're like, oh, yeah, take your purse back. He was only joking. Here you go. He didn't really commit a crime. So I find it very curious, and I'm very interested to know why Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez decided that it was fine for him to just give up some days and pay back some money. Very curious to know that. Something on.
Yo, morning guys, morning chat. Where did the week go, right? As John was saying, there's a lot, a lot happening this week. A lot to talk about in this episode, and I'm not sure how much of it we're going to get to. But certainly when it comes to Richie Taylor, a lot of it isn't new, because we've talked about how this guy he's up there in terms of the the protected class at One PP. He's right up there at the feudal castle. He's right up there at the Queen's Castle, just to reference the meme we had, right? And he seems to be untouchable, because again, if you recall, a couple months ago, maybe I guess it's getting close to a year ago now, there was allegations that he had aviation fly a helicopter over his house for his daughter's birthday, and there seemed to be there was also another allegation that came out a couple months after that. I forgot what it was exactly about, but again, his name has come up, and there seemed to be no sort of ramifications for that. And we talked about Faison's allegations, and that obviously seemed to have gotten him pushed out the door, but in the case of Richie Taylor, there seems to be nothing happened to him, because again, the NYPD is now devolved into self-interest and different feudal manners. And if your feudal manor happens to be closest to the Queen, or happens to have more political weight, then you get, it's fine for you. The higher you are up there in that feudal class, the more protected you are, and the more stuff you get away with, right? So we're hearing this latest incident, and once again, he seems to have gotten away with it. And so it doesn't get much higher on that feudal manor than Richie Taylor. So, but again, we have a lot to talk about, so I'm ready to get on into it.
We're at the point where how does the NYPD, which they do, try to send messages throughout the department that you have to maintain integrity, that you have to hold a standard, that you're held to a higher standard. Think about that. You're a police officer, the NYPD. If you're looking to become a cop right now, you're going to take an oath. And part of that oath is that you're going to be held to a higher standard and that you represent a patch. And it's not just for general population. And I often say a 3-tiered system. Maybe it's come to a point that there should actually be 3 different patches in the NYPD. If you're tier 1 and you're a chief, you should no longer wear the New York City Police Department patch. You should wear a different patch. Or maybe if you're in tier 3 in the NYPD, you should wear a patch that says general population. Maybe we should have a patch that says tier 1. Because clearly there's absolutely no standard. How can we send a message throughout the police department? How can young recruits that start in the police academy be told about integrity and accountability when we see zero integrity and zero accountability from numerous members of the upper echelon of the NYPD and not being held accountable? Now, John, in regards to what you just said, that's absolutely true. If you are a politician or a high-ranking NYPD uniform member, on the job or retired, you have an extreme amount of access to the world. You have extreme amount of responsibility. You have a great position. And with that position, there's a lot of fruits in that tree, a lot of amenities. And along with those amenities comes the flip side of that, and that's criticism. It is fair game to be criticized. And I think, and I'm not even going to say I think, I know on this network, and particularly this podcast, John, myself, and Marlon, I think we're very fair when it comes to giving our perspective on uniform members that are active or retired, a fair assessment on their leadership style, their careers, their presence. We don't attack their personal characters. We don't attack people on a personal level. There's numerous things that have come out about different uniform members that I hear quite often about drama at home that they have. And we never mention that kind of stuff. And yet, we still hear through the grapevine that people get butthurt. And that says a lot to me. Because if you climb through the ranks on the job and then you're retired and you have access to different parts of the world and politics and different jobs and you're not open to criticism, then how are you really being held accountable and responsible? That's a problem, right? Dictators don't want anyone to say anything about them. Dictators, they're out there with the iron fist. But if you're a politician or a high-ranking uniform member, in my opinion, you are a politician. If you're a high-ranking uniform member, you're no longer an actual cop. You are going to be exposed to criticism. And now when we talk about criticism here of Richie Taylor, we're not talking about Richie Taylor's personal character. We're not talking about the person he is, the follower he is. I have no idea how that plays out. We're talking about his position within the police department. Failed leadership because he never was an actual leader. He didn't run a command, and yet he got promoted by rocket fuel. And he was given access to the entire city, keys to the city. He can do whatever he wants. Goes to meetings, has numerous access to people. Clearly, he has access in many facets in the police department and can actually have numerous hours of time. And the allegations are where he worked from home when he wasn't supposed to, or hours he actually didn't perform and got credit for working. Now, if that's not theft, what is that? What is that? Because the determination has already been made that he has to pay it back. So if he didn't steal it, why would he have to pay it back? Let's take this picture right here, rhetorically speaking. Let's remove that gold hat, that gold trim on the hat. Let's remove that jacket that doesn't have those stars. And let's replace that with a New York City police officer. And the ranking police officer, general population that doesn't have a mother or a father or a connection, a deity on the job, that doesn't have any connections by nepotism or cronyism. And ask yourself, what would that article say about that cop? Would it just say that cop was transferred? Or would it say that cop was indicted? Would that cop be for the right just to pay it back? or that cop would pay it back with time in jail? We know the real answer. So ask yourself, what is the standard? How do we get to this point that somebody like Richie Taylor just has to pay it back? And no shame, still on the job. Still on the job. That there hasn't been a coalition to say, you know what? By other chiefs, time for you to go. We don't want you here because you don't hold the same standard we do. And no one's saying that. So you have to say to yourself, wow, are there other chiefs doing the same thing? Because to me, if someone does this and I'm a chief, I'm saying it publicly. I got a problem with that. I'm forming a coalition. I don't want to work with someone like that. But all I've heard in regards to this is radio silence. Even the media has been pretty silent about it. This is the only article that you actually see about it. Pretty silent. How did we get to that point? John, what are your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I said it from day one. I don't believe that Richie Taylor ever deserved to be a chief. I think it's a slap in the face to everybody who has been a cop on this job. And that's not a knock on Richie Taylor as a person, like you said. I assume that most people in the NYPD are good people. I always give that assumption that you're a good father, you're a good husband. A lot of you guys aren't good husbands. And just so you know, like there's people that absolutely hate my guts. And I have the most disgusting dirt on them about things that would affect their lives, their marriage. And I never put that out because it's none of my business. And I'm talking people attacking me like online, people trying to ruin me behind the scenes, people trying to throw me in jail, people smearing my name and defaming me, all in rooms that I'm not present in, and things that would ruin them. And I'm like, I'm not putting that out. Don't ever send that to me again. Don't ever send that to me again. I don't care. It's none of my business. So, and I'm not saying that Richie, I've never had anything like that on. So that's one. So, but as far as when we talk about, you know, whether you're a good guy or a bad guy or whatever it is, we're talking about your leadership, right? We're discussing you as a police officer, as a chief, as a leader, you know, as an inspector. We're not talking about you as an individual. So, you know, I don't want to hear any of the nonsense about like, oh, you guys are making personal attacks on people. It's not the truth. You know, we didn't put this out. I knew about this. I knew about that this happened hours before this article, like hours before it. You know, so like I could have put it out. I could have rushed it out and been like, this is a John Macari exclusive. You heard about it here first. But I didn't, because I'm like, let it just come out. It's going to come out. I don't have to rush it out. You know, I don't care if I get 2 more likes on my ex. Not really going to make or break me. So Richie Taylor, he was in charge of the Community Affairs Bureau. So you would expect, okay, you know what? Maybe he's not a good cop, but he's got great communication skills with the public. And I'll show you a video in a little while, and you're going to see that, in fact, he doesn't even have that. So, you know, I look at a guy like Richie Taylor, and, you know, obviously I don't believe that he earned it, you know. So he was in charge of the Community Affairs Bureau. He's a chief there. And he was just recently transferred to the Criminal Justice Bureau, and he had to pay back thousands of dollars tied to allegations that he collected pay for hours that he never worked. What else do they have about Richie? That he's a 21-year member of the department. He rather than face the administrative trial at One Police Plaza, Taylor negotiated a disciplinary agreement with the department. Sources said, this is according to the Patch, by the way, patch.com. Investigators allege that Taylor received pay at least 50 times during 2024 and 2025 for hours when he wasn't at work. So that's about 2 months. There's about 2 months there, including occasions when he claimed to be working remotely without authorization, it said. Payroll records show that Taylor earned roughly $550,000 combined during 2024 and 2025. Under the agreement, Taylor will repay approximately $20,000, connected more than 170 improperly billed hours, according to the source. The settlement also imposed an additional penalty to the equivalent of 60 days of pay, costing Taylor an estimated $56,000. The agreement placed Taylor on dismissal probation for 1 year. Taylor could not be reached for comment. So, again, I'm just like, what I read there and what I read is that, like, in other words, and I wrote this in a post, in other words, Taylor negotiated a settlement basically admitting to falsifying business records, offering false instruments for filing, schemes to commit fraud, and grand larceny. And yet the Brooklyn DA's office passed on it. And, you know, if I would be an idiot to believe that his political connections didn't save him and negotiate. In my opinion, someone on here said this is a harsh discipline, a lot of vacation days, a lot of money. I don't think so at all. I think this is getting off so easy. It's not even funny. I don't even think he paid back I don't even think he had to pay back all the time, the money and time. I think those hours are a lot more than $20,000, you know? And so, oh, well, they took the days from him too. Okay. What if it was you? You're not keeping your job in this situation. I hate to break the news to you, you know? And not only are you not keeping the job, but DA Gonzalez is going to have another cop under his belt that they prosecute. He's going to have an assistant district attorney who's going to make his career off of your name. So I don't think it's funny. I don't care if Richie's a nice guy, if he's not a nice guy. It doesn't really matter to me. From what I see, he didn't deserve to be a chief. He obviously proved he didn't deserve to be a chief. And the thing that they pushed him ahead of, what he's done his whole career in community affairs, is work with the community. He's not even really that good at that, in my opinion. And I'll show you the proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The DA's office would have made an example out of him, you know? I don't understand how well, I guess we do understand how he gets to negotiate such a you know, so, you know, haven't done that. But I want to know how is he still get to remain a chief from doing that, because that's a terrible example to lead by, you know. I mean, if he's at CJB right now, right? Eventually in a year, I guess he's going to get out of CJB. Well, he's going to go to a command, and then what are you going to tell the cops underneath you, you know? I mean,
dude,
how do you get back from
to a
this?
command? He doesn't even know it. This is going to be his first interaction with police work as a CJB.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, let's go back to his record as a cop here. 26 collars, right? What have we seen with chiefs with this low amount of arrest numbers, right? If you can recall all the chiefs that we mentioned here, the improprieties they've done, there seems to be one common denominator in a lot of these chiefs, and that is that they have a low arrest number amount as cops. So to me, it gives me the impression that as cops, they were trying to get over in the system, you know? And here they are as chiefs getting themselves into trouble, you know? So there's something to be said about having a low number of arrests and then getting, promoted as a supervisor. I really think we need there needs to be a baseline before they get promoted. Okay. Because again, this tells me what kind of hard work and effort and dedication you have to the job as a cop. And in this example, I'm not sure he had that dedication to being a cop as a chief, because you know what's right and what's wrong. And you know, if a blue shirt did that, that blue shirt would be going to jail right now. But, he doesn't get to go to jail, and he gets to keep his rank as chief. And that's, I don't know how that happens, but this is the NYPD of 2026. And again, Chief Taylor is showing you that he's at the top of that disciplinary matrix, at that top of that NYPD feudal manor, okay, where the rules don't matter to him, But if it's you, the blue shirt peasant on the manor, well, you're just about screwed, okay. So
the more and more in retirement that we are on this network and we talk together and I watch what's going on with the NYPD, I realize I get it now. I spoke to the job when I had 8 sets of charges in 6 weeks from Civilian Complaint Review Board, which were allegations, because I never got a chance to get due process to actually take them to administrative trial, because I was told I would have to wait 3 years to actually face CCRB, which is my accuser. And I couldn't get promoted to captain. Now I get why I couldn't get promoted to captain. because I wasn't willing to bend my integrity to move through these ranks. I have a problem with the active chiefs in the NYPD. I say it often. People don't like when I say it. But the silence that we observe, I take issue to that. How do we have radio silence right now? How do we have other active chiefs not being loud voices out there publicly about this? How do we not have the chiefs getting together saying, Richie Taylor, you have 21 years in. Thank you for your service, but it's time for you to go. How do we put you in any position in the police department? Once your integrity is compromised or questioned, there's no place for you in the police department anymore. We all make mistakes in life, and there are mistakes you could come back from. But when we have mistakes of your integrity, something that is you should actually be charged for, and that's an admission of guilt. He took a plea deal in regard to this. That's an admission of guilt when it comes to this, right? According to the article, it's still allegations, but it's still an admission of guilt. He didn't take it to an administrative trial. They actually pled guilty to it. And now you have to say to yourself, where are the other chiefs to say, how do you continue on? You're a high-ranking member. You're going to be in charge of something important. And as Marlon just said, I think that's a great flashpoint there, is that whatever time he spends in criminal justice bureau, whether it's 5 months, a day, 6 months, a year, he's going to go back to the well in the NYPD. Be responsible for something important where there are cops under him. How do we discipline anyone at this point? The next cop, and there will be, just it happens, the next cop that has an accusation for stealing time or overtime, will that cop just pay it back? Is this going to be the new standard for the police department? You just take time, and if they find you, you pay it back. What I'd like to know also is, how far does this investigation of Richie Taylor go back? How far did they go back? Did they catch everything? And who made these allegations? Think about it. Who made these allegations? Who actually had suspicions that Richie Taylor was stealing time? An investigation just doesn't get opened up. So how do we get to this point? How far back did they actually go? Did they go back before 2024? Was this for them just to go back? Exactly. Did they go back just enough just to make it look good? Give him a little slap on the wrist? Meanwhile, Captain Wilson is saying something about Zoran Mamdani, and he gets transferred the same standard? Where, again, I'm going to say that. I do have a problem with the active chiefs in the NYPD with radio silence in regards to an incident like this. If you're silent in regards to this, to me, that tells me where you stand. How do we not have a coalition saying, we can't have this? Richie, thank you for your time. It's time for you to retire. And if he stays on this job, that is shameless. Absolutely no shame. And if he stays within the police department and he's not ostracized by those chiefs, that speaks volumes to me. And that tells me exactly where those chiefs stand. And in my opinion, there's reason to believe that other chiefs are doing the same thing right now if no one pushes him out. Why? And I don't know. But I've been thinking to myself, how did the DA's office not push any charges? What does Richie know about others? He must, in my opinion, he must have dirt on others to not get charged by this, because these are very serious allegations. We're talking about hundreds of hours that are unaccounted for. How do we get to that point? That hundreds of hours. Oh, it just happens to be a mistake?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, John, I think, well, we've been saying it for years about the disciplinary matrix, how the disciplinary matrix, it was designed to mitigate factors for those tier connections and to be the hammer for the general population. If
Good
that
point.
disciplinary matrix has not hit you yet, if you're active in the police department and you've not read that disciplinary matrix yet, shame on you. And I'm confident that not every active NYPD chief on the job has actually read that disciplinary matrix. They understand the benefit they gained from it, but they haven't actually read it yet. It's absolutely disgusting. John, what do you think?
Oh yeah, I think Jessica Tisch has been notorious throughout the rank and file for one thing: very harsh disciplines, right? Using that disciplinary matrix, actually sometimes going above it, what the recommended discipline is on there. And then in this scenario, I mean, it looks like kid gloves. Honestly, it's a joke, and I won't even say just what's the message for people that steal time. What's the message for people that commit grand larceny? You could just pay it back. Oh, you stole. Oh, you didn't mean it. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Just pay the money back, and you don't have to pay all of it back, just some of it, and we'll make it look good. But don't worry, Richie, you're okay. I'm like I'm not cool with it. Like, and I'm never cool with it. And I think like I blame a lot of what happened in the NYPD on all of us, because I think that like no one's loud enough. I think there is a huge spirit of cowardice amongst law enforcement in this country, no more so than in the NYPD. I mean, the NYPD is the epitome of cowardly men, because I don't see how you could be in the captain rank and watch Richie Taylor just fly through the ranks and not go insane about it. I mean, if I was an XO, or I'm a duty captain and I'm working the trenches and I'm out there doing all this stuff, and I'm watching this guy only show up to certain community events, only one community, as a matter of fact. If I'm watching that happen and he's just flying through the ranks in community affairs, I'm like, I'm saying something. I'm gonna be like, what is happening here? Like, what is going on here? Like, how am I not getting promoted? How is this guy getting lauded? Like, he doesn't have to do the job that I have to do. Like, what profession did he take? What job is he on? What civil service exam did he take? Because I want to know, because I want that job then. I want that job where I don't do the actual job and I get promoted. And no one say a word about it. Like everyone on here, black, Hispanic, white, Asian, you'll all say that Richie Taylor is a DEI chief in your head, in private, but nobody will actually call it out for what it is. Because hey, you might be a black chief, or you might be a Hispanic chief, and maybe DEI benefits you sometimes, but when it doesn't, you don't like it. And that's my problem. Like, my problem is people need to earn things in life. People need to be experienced in life. And the one thing, when I look at Richie Taylor, I don't see a cop. I don't see somebody that cut their teeth. I don't see somebody that understands how to deal with the public. I don't see somebody that represents the New York City Police Department. And why don't I see that? Because, again, when you get coddled, when you're a Nepo baby, when you don't have to earn things, when you don't have to he came on 2005. He came on a year after me. I came in the height of broken windows theory. Height of it. Impact, right? Came 1 year after me. Came 1 year, 6 months after Eric. We were rocking and rolling. I'm sorry. Like, you don't know how to be a cop. You don't know how to be a man. You don't know how to stand on your own 2 feet. Look at this video that comes out. This video comes out, and I don't know when this was, but he is Kevin McCall, Reverend Kevin McCall. You probably see him on a lot of press conferences. And I think, by the way, Reverend, if you're listening to this, I think it was really cowardly of you to do this. And I wish you would have did this to me when I was on the job, because I would have put you right in your place. And you would have never did this to me. But it appears that he comes up to him, recording him at an event, and Richie Taylor just has no idea how to handle it whatsoever. He acts like he's a 12-year-old boy being accused of stealing something, and he doesn't know how to answer it. So I mean, watch this video and you tell me, does this look like an NYPD chief? Does this look like even an NYPD cop? Is this how somebody should carry themselves? Is this how a cop should allow themselves to be talked to? And I'm not saying be a tough guy and punch anybody in the face. I'm not saying that at all. But like, you're in community affairs, you should be able to deal with every community. You should be able to deal with people who have issues, people who are agitated, the same way cops do on the street. And when you watch this, it just shows the epitome of somebody that, instead of being in that cocoon and having to fight their way out and grow into this butterfly of a chief, he just got the cocoon cut off on him. And instead of being a butterfly, he's just a little squirrely thing that can't fly and can't go around. It doesn't look so pretty because he never had to struggle. He never had to do what the rest of you had to do. You tell me, you're an NYPD cop. I don't care what rank you are. Kevin McCall comes up to you in this manner, and how you're going to act. Watch this.
I heard of 3 people that say you saying something about me. You got something to say, you say it to me. Don't let me hear you calling my name out. Like, don't do that with me. I have a relationship with you. You pick up the phone, you call me. I don't want to hear nobody say that. do with time. No, this has nothing to do with time. This is listen, hold on, listen. No. This is other people telling me that you're talking about me. I don't appreciate that. I have a relationship. Hold on, I have a relationship with you. You pick up the phone, you call me. You don't talk about me behind my back because listen, Richie, I'm serious. It's not a joke. I'm serious. Don't talk about me behind my back. No, it's not even just about Jones. It's about other folks that came to me. Because I don't want to be able to deal. I don't want to go to the PC to talk about you talking to me behind my back. Because I have a relationship with you. Tell me to my face. Pick up the phone and you call me. You call me for other stuff. So call me when that happens. But don't talk about me behind my back. Don't do that. That's ridiculous. That's disingenuous, and that's wrong. If you're going to be a leader in this city, then you pick up the phone, you call me. Yes, you did. I'm not talking about Brian Adams. I'm talking about you. If you have a relationship with me, you pick up the phone and say, listen, Rep, this is what I mean. But don't let me hear that around me. I don't appreciate that. That's something I don't do. No, it's not about Jones. It's about you talking about me. If you got a relationship, you pick up, you call about any other stuff. Any other stuff, you say, listen, Rep, what's going on? You call me about Shell. You call me about stuff. You pick up the phone, you call me. I shouldn't have to hear this stuff about other people saying it. No, it's not Brian Adams. It ain't got nothing to do with the police department. It has something to do with outside the police department. I don't know who it is, but I'm saying if I'm hearing different people, and I'm a person that confronts people that say something. So you got something to say? Say it to me. You know, yes, I didn't pick up the phone. I did, but you didn't answer. You know, you didn't answer. I called, you didn't answer. You have a relationship, pick up the phone. That's all I ask. That's it. That's all I ask. Yes, that's true. I told you about it. I called. Listen, I told.
I mean, what do you think? Does that scream NYPD chief to you? It doesn't even scream NYPD cop to me.
Yeah. I think that tells you all you need to know about what kind of cop he was. But again, this is the problem with quickly promoting guys and promoting guys to supervisors who don't seem to have put in the work as a blue shirt. Okay. Let's go back to Richie's promotions here for a second. I thought the other chiefs we have mentioned on here, like Chief Edwards and Chief McIntosh, I thought those guys had rocket fuel promotions. But man, this dude is on like some premium octane rocket fuel. Okay.
And they had commands
at least. 93 octane.
At least they had commands, even if it was for a year or two. I mean, this guy never even did. I mean, like it's a joke, dude.
True. This is nuts. This guy made deputy chief at 19 years. Insane.
This rocket fuel was turbo, man. He was turbo,
bro.
dude.
Man, this guy was, 19 years. Imagine that. You can make
read out those promotions. Read out those promotions, kids. They can't see it because they need to hear it.
Look, it took him. It took him like less than a year to go from deputy inspector to inspector. Okay, man. And then straight from inspector to inspector to deputy chief. But man,
that's insane.
That's crazy. That's good. But yeah, keep in mind now that Richie Taylor was promoted under Marjorie, and Caban was the PC, so he was promoted in early 2024. And even during that promotion, it was noted that he's the youngest deputy chief in the NYPD at 41. Again, which is absolutely insane to be a deputy chief, considering. We talked about it before that deputy chief in a lot of ways is a last stop. People have, last stop. The upper ranks. A lot of people in the upper ranks have on this job because very few make it to the heights of a 3-star and 4-star, let alone 2-star chief, right? So it's pretty insane that this guy made it at 19 years. But what have we seen with those other chiefs as well is that the fact that they were promoted so quickly, they're inexperienced for certain situations. And, certainly in this case, I think a guy who got promoted so quickly, kind of got complacent, or maybe got a little too ahead of himself there, maybe too big ahead of, and made a mistake that would get normal cops fired or in jail. But I just wanted to point out how this guy was connected to Marjorie and Caban, and in all likelihood, he's there because you know, again, he's connected to the Jewish community in Queens, and he's also connected to Wall Street, by the way, and some Israeli billionaires. I remember digging into him a couple months ago. I spoke about it a couple months ago. There some billionaires tied to industry, and we've seen Eric Adams had connections to billionaires tied to industry in Israel already. So my guess is all these connections probably contributed to giving him that rocket fuel promotion. And again, this is just another example of how of the poor judgment in that existed in the Eric Adams administration, and this guy's one of those holdovers from that administration.
There's no doubt this is a rocket fuel promotion. I think, John, you made a fantastic point. I mean, not only is he appear to be incapable to have a conversation, handle something in the leadership position he's in, but couldn't handle it as a basic cop. Because as a cop, you deal with these interactions every day. But when I watch that interaction, I see a lot going on there. In that maybe 15, 20-second interaction he had with Reverend McCall, it speaks volumes to me. I see a lot going on there. Based on my observations, in my opinion, I've been saying this for a long time. I think community affairs has to be completely revamped. Is it important to have a connection with the community? Yes. But I think it's gone way too far. If you watch that interaction, it says to me that Reverend McCall has a real hold and a grasp on Richie Taylor. What favors did Reverend McCall have to do for Richie Taylor or vice versa? Because it looks like Reverend McCall already knows he has leverage. To me, it appears that he has leverage on Richie Taylor because the way the body posture, and I like to read posture. I like to read body language. And the way Richie Taylor appeared to be so squirmish in that interaction, and you could see his body language, the way his feet were pointed, the way he was standing. He wanted to get the hell out of there. He didn't want to have that conversation at all. So to me, I mean, it says not only is he uncomfortable in those interactions, but it says to me that Reverend McCall may have some extreme leverage on Richie Taylor. And in my opinion, Richie Taylor did talk bad about this guy. Did say some stuff about him, because if you didn't, you would confront them and say, hey, listen, if I have an issue, I'll tell you to your face. And why is that important? Because we see that often with the upper echelon of the NYPD. We have people that behind closed doors, they say one thing, and then in public, they say something else. That's become a common theme. And that's something that you're not going to find on the Finest Unfiltered. Whatever we say on camera is the same things we say behind closed doors. If someone put a recording in my home and I didn't know about it, they'll be like, wow, this guy has the same conversation that he does on camera. But not for these guys. Because these guys are always playing a game and they're always playing a role. Now, do I think that Reverend McCall was absolutely out of line? Absolutely out of line, ridiculous. But that speaks volumes to me. Look at that interaction. And I really think community affairs needs to be revamped. This connection that people have with the community, especially leadership and the access that they have, it's borderline corruption. It's absolutely ridiculous, the connections that they have. You have to ask yourself, what kind of amenities do they get? What type of leverage does Reverend McCall have on Richie Taylor? That, hey, Richie Taylor, it's not about being a tough guy. But if you knew damn well that you were right and no one had leverage on you, you don't have to be a tough guy to say, hey, wait a minute, buddy. What are you talking about? Stay out of my space. Take a walk, take a breather. But instead, Richie Taylor wants to hightail the hell out of there. He wants to get out of there because that guy has leverage on him. In my opinion, that's what I saw.
No, yeah, totally. He was pointed to the right. I want to get the hell. He wanted to go right past him. He's like, no, Richie, I'm talking to you. And look, I won't even say that McCall was completely out of line. I won't even say it. He came over hot and heavy. I think he was wrong for bringing his buddy to film him. Like, if you got a problem with me, like, we got to have it out on the air. Like, you don't got to like sneak attack me with a video camera. Like, just let me know. Yeah, I'm being your video. No, okay. But my thing is this, like, if I say something about you and you come up and you're mad about it, I'll talk to you about it. Yeah, I said this, that, and the other thing, and I said this for that. And I'm going to be able to de-escalate that situation. If I'm not able to de-escalate that situation down and you're still going to think you're going to be aggressive in my invading my personal space and putting your hand in my chest, then I'm going to get aggressive. You know what I mean? And as a cop, to even let your space be invaded like that and not know how to handle and be confident in that scenario, I think is, you know, I've had thousands of interactions like that prior to ever taking the job. I mean, having the job, I mean, you're doing this 10, 15 times a day. You know what I mean? You're showing up to jobs that you have nothing to do with. You're there to help, and people are agitated with you, and they're heightened. They're in a heightened state, and you hey, look, well, let's talk about it. Yeah, no, I said this, and you know, and I agree with you, Eric. The thing is, like, you know, I always say that. Like, a lot of times, like, I'm not going to say I never talk about anybody behind closed doors. I do, and I talk about people behind closed doors sometimes because I don't want to offend that person, but it's not anything I won't tell them. You know what I mean? It's not anything that I won't tell them. Like, I'll be like, yeah, no, I said X, Y, and Z. You know, I said X, Y, and Z, and this is why I said it. You know, and I thought, you know, I thought it was really interesting. I put that clip on social media, and Shell had grabbed the part, and I thought I heard his name in there, but Shell had retweeted it, John Shell, and he said, "Why is my name being brought up in this?" And I'm very curious about that too. You know, because he did say to him, "I'm not talking about Shell. I'm talking about you." And for the record, right? For the record, there was definitely a hit job put on Richie Taylor. 100%. I'm not saying like that he didn't deserve that hit job, but that was a strategic attack, in my opinion, planned by a certain fraternal organization. You know, and I think they've been going after Richie Taylor, and they went after Shell. And even though Shell used some of them to try to paint myself and Eric as racists, and even Marlon before he was on the pod, before he was like named on the podcast, they were trying to name us as a racist. I forgot what they called us, but basically we were a racist platform. It was funny because Shell used those same fraternals to paint us as racist. At the same time, they were trying to take him down, and Taylor down, and Tisch down, and a lot of other people down. You know, I think that, you know, community affairs and these fraternals really lost their way. The fraternals have way too much say in what goes on in the NYPD, what goes on in promotions, what goes on in a lot of different things. I think they're almost replacing the unions at this point as the diversity, equity, inclusion becomes really the hierarchy in the NYPD. I think that the unions really fell. The good old boy guys from Long Island, they all fell down to the ground. And I think that the fraternals have bumped them. Like they really have more pull. They have more political pull. And I think that's wrong. I think that needs to be immediately removed. I'm not saying they shouldn't have a voice, but I think they have too big of a voice. And I think community affairs, there's too much room for error and corruption with the way that they're currently operating. And there should be no community member that feels comfortable enough to walk up and start pointing in your chest and be mad like you have this personal relationship, like you guys that's your girlfriend, she heard you were talking about him and this, and it's like, what's happening here? Is this really police work? Is this what we should be getting involved in? You're obviously not busy enough, Chief, if you're talking about people behind their back to other community members. And I think, you know, and I think like just the last part for me is that, you know, I don't think the discipline was enough. Look, I don't think that Richie Taylor needs to go to jail for grand larceny, but I certainly do think he needs. I think that a criminal arrest and a trial needed to be had. I do believe in due process. He received it from the job. In my opinion, he circumvented a lot of it. But he was able to plead guilty, and that's fine. You were able to make that deal, and that's fine. I guess that's part of due process. But that whole criminal element was removed by the DA. And just going back on what Marlon said is like, when you're an NYPD chief or you're even a deputy inspector or inspector, you serve at the behest of the police commissioner. And so, I mean, part of that negotiated settlement deal should have been he was immediately demoted back down to captain. And that didn't happen. And that speaks volumes about what the NYPD disciplinary system currently is. It's just as broken as it was under Eric Adams. It's just as arbitrary and capricious. If you're a rank and file member, you're scared to death of that disciplinary system because it will ruin you. It will strip you of your career. They will actively seek prosecution even when the DA doesn't want to prosecute. They will push for it and push for it. But when you are in those upper echelons or you're politically connected in the NYPD, he might not even think he was doing anything wrong because he doesn't have inspections up his ass. He doesn't have to worry about if he's 5 minutes late to a detail, getting transferred and all this other nonsense. So, it's always rules for thee and not for me. And that was just the latest example of that. Right. So the same stuff that was going on under the Eric Adams administration continues to happen under Zohran Mamdani's administration. And nothing's being done to alleviate that. The NYPD's disciplinary system is broken. Rank and file cops get the book thrown at them for nonsense, while executives get off easy for crimes.
Yeah. He should have certainly been demoted for that. It's terrible to have him remain as a chief, and now he's gonna. Well, what are you gonna tell young cops again? But just to go back to that video,
tell them don't get caught.
Right, or tell them to get their political connections straight, before they do it. But just to go back to that video with McCall, that video, I think McCall is getting a little too big for his britches there too. I mean, when I see that video, I keep thinking this guy thinks he owns Taylor, and it's obscene that he's doing that, and again, it's Taylor's own fault for not, not standing up to him, but again, that goes back to how little he did as a cop and how he's never been in situations like that where he's had to push back against the public and put them in their place and let them know that that's not appropriate. But I'm also gonna just push back against John about the fraternals. I don't like it either, but I understand why it's happening. And it's happening because the unions are like the mafia, right? Unions are the mafia, and they're the old mafia. And the fraternal organizations are like the young gangs in the neighborhood trying to get their part of their piece of the turf as well, but they can't get into the organized crime. So they're gonna, they form their own little street gang, and they're trying to get a piece of it as much as they can. The problem with the unions is they're not doing their jobs, and we've talked about it many times here. That how they let cops out to dry, and how they failed to represent the cops properly. And I think that has created a vacuum that the fraternal organizations are kind of moving into right now. And we brought up many examples here where people like Joseph Ayala is where he's speaking up about membership, or Pat Gordon, right? And you wonder, where are the unions here when it's supposed to be their job doing that? And but fraternal organizations have moved into that spot where those unions aren't. And I think also the unions also represent an older generation, because if you look at the guys in charge of the unions, they're older. The board of trustees on them are, from what I've seen, most of them are much older, right? And when I look at the fraternal organizations and I look at who's leading them, those guys tend to be younger. They tend to be latter millennials, and in some cases Gen Zers, or maybe they're like a year or two from Gen Z, but there's some really young guys who are head of those fraternal organizations. So I think it's a vacuum that those frats have moved into. I don't like it, like I said, but you got to blame the unions for that.
Well, here's what else speaks volumes to me. If Richie Taylor does not retire, excuse me, if Richie Taylor does not retire in response to these allegations and the plea deal that he took, that speaks volumes to me. If he actually believes that there's a path and a way back and redemption within the NYPD, That speaks volumes about the position of the other chiefs around him, right? Often you're tested more by your peers than the people above you in life. And that's the reality, right? You know, when I was at the Marine Corps, I was the honor grad at Officer Candidate School. And I'm not bringing that up to toot my own horn, but the point is, one of the key elements of becoming the honor graduate is what your peers think of you. So when you in Officer Candidate School, if you become the honor graduate, the people that are competing against you that are considered for that award, the last thing to actually get that award is an assessment of what your peers think of you. And you have to be highly rated by your peers. And so you have to ask yourself, when it comes to Richie Taylor, what do his peers think of him? And those are the other active chiefs. Do they find this to be okay? Because to me, the fact that they're silent and they're not ostracizing him and telling him that he has to retire publicly and pushing him out says a lot. Because what it says to me, now I don't know, it says to me that they're either condoning it, that this behavior is okay, or they're doing it themselves, and they just haven't been caught or exposed. I do believe that Richie Taylor was kind of given up by somebody. I don't know who. We have our suspicions, but it speaks volumes to me. If you don't say anything, if rhetorically speaking, if John and Marlon, who are my partners on this podcast, if they go out on social media and say some crazy stuff and they start insulting people, and I don't agree with it, and I don't say a word, well, that means that I'm okay. I'm giving the stamp of approval. So being silent is a form of cowardice, and it's being silent is allowing things to happen. God forbid someone gets attacked in front of you. God forbid a woman gets raped in front of you, and you don't help. Well, that says you think it's okay. And it's the same thing going on here. If Richie Taylor stays on the job with this transfer and doesn't retire, that speaks volumes to me. That speaks volumes for him to think that there's a way back within the police department. And the question is, how could he be in a position of leadership that's going to stem throughout the department? We're not talking about an infraction. We're talking about a serious allegation of integrity. And the NYPD's bedrock, the fabric of policing, is supposed to be built on integrity. John Marlon, we talk about the discipline matrix for a long time. We talk about the tiered system for a long time in the NYPD. And to me, the silence is disgusting. I have more of a problem with the silence than anything else.
Yeah, Reverend Chaplain Peter Jones says, Richie Taylor has been getting away with this for a long time. The NYPD has a double standard and it's not fair. That's why I made it my business to expose his corruption. So welcome to the show today, Reverend. You know, I'm not familiar, but we appreciate you having here. But what do you think, Reverend? Because let me ask you, what do you think? I just had this up on this was a New York Post article from January 22nd of 2025. This was about Lieutenant Thomas Fabrizi. So Lieutenant Fabrizi was accused of misusing and stealing $64,000 putting in overtime slips. Sounds pretty similar to about the amount of money that Richie Taylor was accused of not working and taking. I personally don't believe. I believe stealing taxpayer funds is stealing taxpayer funds, however you look at it, whether it's overtime or you're just not showing up to work. I believe it's the same thing. And ultimately, we write it up to the dollar amount about the same thing. So it's grand larceny. Grand larceny is grand larceny, right? Is one a case more egregious than another? Yeah, obviously. But in this scenario, I think they did the same exact thing. They misused city funds by taking money from New York City that they never worked. Whether it was considered overtime or not, to me, is completely irrelevant. It makes no difference to me. You know, it's what it is. It is. So Thomas Fabrizi was terminated by the NYPD with 19 years on. He was arrested. He was charged, and he was convicted. What do you think about Richie Taylor? Do you think that this punishment's acceptable? Because I said right there, this appears to be arbitrary and capricious. Why was Thomas Fabrizi terminated? Why was he prosecuted? And why was he convicted? and you have another guy that just gets to plea out administratively for criminal actions. I think it, again, shows that there is a connection between the DA's office and the NYPD, and that's why they continuously tout themselves as partners. They're not partners when it matters, when it comes to public safety, but they're partners in being friends. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You take care of my buddy, I'll take care of yours. And this appears to be an example of that. So, Reverend, I asked Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez why they declined to prosecute. I hope you do the same.
Yeah, great point. Great point. Again, it's important to note the relationship they had with the relationship Eric Adams had with Big Money, and those connections he has. You look at him now, and he's an Albanian citizen, right? And I don't think that would have happened again without his big name money connections. Okay, the billionaires in his that float in his circle. We've named them here before, right? But I think Richie Taylor is another one of those examples of how big money influenced the Eric Adams administration, and how those big money connections protected people. And it's not right, but I don't think I just because Eric Adams is there, I don't think those connections have gone, and I think those connections again have helped Richie Taylor, because this city is, this city has a connected class of billionaire cronies who, kind of shape things underneath the seams. And we talked about it before. We talk about it in the case with Streets blog and what they're attempting to do, and how that's an influence peddling operation from Wall Street. We talk about like the city of Yes and all the things happening in this city. And it again goes back to money and the influence of money on politics. And I think that's what you're seeing here.
I think, listen, we're at the point right now. We've been podcasting for almost 4 years. We've been telling you the active chiefs in the NYPD are complicit. They're silent. We have lost integrity, lost accountability. We have rampant corruption running through from the past administration, apparently, and it hasn't stopped. And I really do think that community affairs has to be revamped, but not just only community affairs. But Jesse Tisch was supposed to be the white horse to take over the police department, eradicate corruption. And I've got numerous calls. I get calls often from cops that are in pickles, and they're facing potential termination for far less than what Richie Taylor is being accused of. Far less situations. I spoke to a few cops that were involved in DWI situations. Now, should you drink and drive? No. But is that an infraction that questions your integrity? I've spoken to some cops that have been involved in DWI situations where no one was harmed, and they're facing potential termination from Jessica Tisch. But then we see something like this. And there's certain things in the police department where I feel like there's just no way back. There are certain infractions that you receive a form of discipline. You learn from it. It makes you better, a better person. You have better character, and eventually a better leader. But there's certain things you just can't come back from. And that, to me, is integrity. Because when you swear that oath throughout your police department career, integrity should be the most important fabrication of the police department. And there's no excuse for Richie Taylor being promoted by rocket fuel. When you get people promoted by rocket fuel and they didn't earn it and they didn't grind from it, you get things like this because they're taking advantage. Richie Taylor's had a smooth ride. He went on a smooth water slide getting promoted. He never had to grind, bump and grind. Think about some of the old-time people within the police department that we knew that had to grind and really work their way up. We don't see that anymore. And that's why you look at someone like Richie Taylor, and I'm not picking on him, but this is the reality. He has a soft face, soft hands, has a soft appearance, right? Because he's had a soft path up the way to rocket fuel, right? He doesn't have that grimace in his face. He doesn't have those hardworking hands. He doesn't have that posture of someone that worked hard. And Reverend McCall clearly doesn't respect Richie Taylor. It's not just this incident. For him to be so comfortable to stand there and impede Richie Taylor from walking, to put his finger on his chest, to taunt him in the manner that he did, speaks volumes to me. This is something that's been going on for a long time. This is what they really think of Richie Taylor. Richie Taylor, to me, in my opinion, is a joke to them. It's just someone they use for access, right? To me, that's the reality. And that's why it bothered him so much that Richie, in my opinion, of why Richie Taylor's talking about him. Because first of all, that was a very childish conversation. Who the hell cares what people say? People talk about us all the time. If I and myself and Marlon at what people say about us behind closed doors, I would have to stop every single person on the street right now. It would be a big, oh, everybody stop right here and talk. Who cares? But to me, that speaks volume. I watched that conversation. And Reverend McCall has a lot of leverage on Richie Taylor. Reverend McCall has zero respect for community affairs because they haven't earned any respect because they're a joke. It needs to be revamped. They are presenting themselves as a joke. I've watched community affairs. I've watched that program where people are way too close to the community. It's the fault of the NYPD leadership. They've created this where people are far too comfortable and they believe that they own the police department. To me, Reverend McCall, that you watched that conversation, he treated Richie Taylor like he was some little boy. Come here, little boy. Let me talk to you. Putting his finger on his chest. And Richie Taylor, in my opinion, he deserved it. He deserved it because he didn't show any backbone. That's who he is. He got promoted through rocket fuel. It's not just him. It's not on his personality, his character, because he didn't have to grind to get promoted. He has the rank of chief. Think about that. There's not that many people that actually outrank Richie Taylor on the job. And that is the backbone and the spine of the job. So how do we expect people like Richie Taylor to stand up for Sergeant Eric Duran? How do we expect people like Terrence Monahan to stand up for Hugh Barry? How do we expect people like Jimmy O'Neill to stand up for Daniel Pantaleo? Rodney Harrison, stand up for Daniel Pantaleo. If anyone has a problem with mentioning their names, well, you know what? Then you shouldn't be in the public eye because you're open to criticism. How do we expect them when Richie Taylor can't stand up for himself? So how do we expect these chiefs that are spineless to stand up for the cops when they can't stand up for themselves? And if they can't stand up for the cops, they sure as hell can't stand up for the public. So getting promoted to the ranks of the NYPD by rocket fuel has become a joke in everyone's face. It's really sad. It's really sad. And Monan Samro says, Eric, what are you going to do? You're an NYPD chief and beat up a reverend at a public gathering? LOL. No, not at all. What I'm saying is you don't have to be forceful at all. But it shows you what has been going on there. If Reverend McCall respected the position of Richie Taylor as a chief or as a person, he wouldn't even have that confrontation in that manner. Because you create, when you're a leader, you set boundaries. You can be kind and you can have a nice way about you, but still create boundaries and a line where people respect you. No, you absolutely not. You don't have to use force there, but people have to respect you. No, there's a boundary and limits. Clearly, those limits have been crossed. There's no boundaries. There's no spine there. There's no leadership, and there's no respect. And it wasn't just this incident. For him to get to that point, he already had those feelings about Richie Taylor.
Yeah, I would certainly tell him that's disrespectful. And what are you doing? You know, you're out of line with that. Yeah. But you see how Taylor, was kind of, his whole mannerisms didn't seem to me like a guy who's confident enough to push back against the Reverend on that. But I saw that comment from the Reverend that John put up. I just wanted to let you guys know that, like Eric just said, Taylor was the head of the NYPD Community Outreach Division. Keep in mind that Community Affairs does a lot of initiatives with the Police Foundation. And what have we talked about with the Police Foundation? Well, it's basically a funnel for bridging Wall Street capital, right, with police outreach and police initiatives, right? And so keep in mind, you have all those connections with Wall Street, with the Police Foundation, and all their initiatives are going through. Well, a lot of their initiatives go through the community affairs. And who's the guy that they're interacting with in community affairs? Who's the head guy that a lot of these billionaires and these connected people in the police foundation are interacting with? Well, one of them is Richie Taylor. So again, the connections between money and influence in the NYPD and money and power in the city overall is right there. So
yeah, the thing is, like, it's not even talking about being a tough guy with somebody. When someone gets in your face, as a man, you tend to square off and create distance. Richie did not square off or create distance. As a police officer, you're absolutely trained to square off and create distance. And Richie Taylor is an NYPD chief and didn't square off and create distance. He didn't have those same motions that an NYPD cop would have or a man would have. I didn't need to join the NYPD to do that. I was telling a story the other day about, I got into it with some lieutenant when I was a rookie sergeant, and the guy was getting in my face. Like, he kind of came up in my face like that, and I squared off with him. And I'm like, look, I don't know who the hell you think you are or who you think I am, but I don't know you from a hole in the wall. And if you would have saw the way I was talking to him, I had my right foot back, I had my hands up, because it's a natural human reaction when someone gets in your face like that and starts doing this to you, that you're going to do this in a manner to protect yourself and to step up and to show, hey, look, we could have a civil conversation as men, but you're going to talk to me respectfully, And so that's not, I don't think that's being a tough guy at all. I just think that's being a cop. That's part of your duties. If you didn't learn that, again, that shows that you didn't earn where you are. You didn't earn it. So I really got nothing else on Richie Taylor. Like, he's a loser. He shouldn't be a chief. He should be demoted. That penalty is a slap in the face to every rank and file member of the NYPD. And I personally think that I have a lot of questions on why the Brooklyn DA did not prosecute him. Why was there a prosecution of Thomas Fabrizzi, but there was no prosecution of Jeff Madry, Quatisha Epps, or now Richie Taylor? It's all the same thing. Like, what is this arbitrary and capricious nature to NYPD discipline and DA's prosecution? Are we a nation of laws? Are we a nation of men? Because it appears like we're the nation of men here. Thomas Fabrizzi wasn't in the top chain.
I want to add this, right? I don't measure a man by their ability to fight. I don't think you have to be a fighter. And I trained my whole life, but I don't think you have to be a fighter to be a man. What defines you as a man, I believe, is someone that takes accountability, responsibility. You take care of your family. You take care of things. You do the right things when no one's looking. You actually care about people. And to me, that's what it is to be a man. And also loving yourself. Loving yourself because you know you do the right thing. And what I saw from that interaction was not necessarily, I know some people saying he's the P word, right? And that may be true. But you don't have to be a fighter to have limits and boundaries and have respect for others, respect for yourself. I believe, this is my opinion, the reason that why he is so squirmish and doesn't create those boundaries is because, in my opinion, it means they have dirt on him and that they have leverage on him. And that's why he's so squirmish. And that's why because if you had integrity and you were accountable and responsible, then you would say right there and then, listen, you want to have this conversation? We could talk about it. Get that camera out of here. Let's go have a conversation like men in private. You would set those boundaries and limits. You don't have to be a fighter for that. Phil here says, Eric, you have to be a fighter to be a good cop. Yes, you have to have the fight in you. That doesn't mean you actually have to be a good fighter. A lot of cops are not good fighters. You have to have limits and boundaries. I would love every cop to actually have some fighting training skills, but it's just not the reality. But you have to have the fight in you, right? And to have the fight in you, you have to respect others and respect yourself because you do the right thing. To me, that says he's not doing the right thing. Being squirmish and wanting to get out of there, not confronting the guy, not in the manner that you're going to fight him, says to me that you don't respect others or respect yourself because you're not doing the right thing. That's what it says to me.
Yeah. I saw Just to go back on this, Reed. Formerly, yes, but there are also a lot of connections made between Police Foundation donors and chiefs on the job. Okay, I've given an example in the past where, you know, I was told basically that one of the donors, that basically we have to go above and beyond because one of the donors, uh, you know, it's a case in Intel. It was a nonsense case, and it should have been closed out quickly. But I was
Jessica
told
Tisch.
that it's not because the donor is the building owner is a donor to the police foundation, and that means he has outsized influence. Okay, and that means he can pick up the phone and call Chief Galati. Okay, and my point is that these guys formerly, yes, the PC deals with them, but there are a lot of other chiefs that talk to these donors, and there are a lot of informal connections made and phone calls between them behind the scenes. So that's my point on that. But yeah, I don't have much else to say on Taylor, but again, that guy should be fired. I agree with you, Lambro. He should be fired. But at the least, okay, at the least, right? Since apparently you get to negotiate these things right now, right? He should not be chief anymore. He should be demoted. That should have come with whatever nonsense agreement they made up, and it's just a terrible look for the department again.
Well,
And
I think that honestly, there's no place for him on the job anymore, and we often cops have been caught. Excuse me, cops of all ranks have been caught and apprehended for shoplifting. And I've never heard of a cop that was caught shoplifting and actually kept their job. I can't think of one. If you guys know one, let me know. So when it comes to that type of thing, shoplifting, what's the difference? I think this is actually far worse, because shoplifting may be a one-time incident, maybe sometimes several $100s, could be more, could be. But we're talking about someone that actually, how devious that is, stealing from the job in such a high-profile position, who's got a lot of power already. You already have a lot of amenities, but yet you still need to take time. I mean, obviously, these are allegations, but he pled to them, so that means there's guilt there. But yet cops get fired for shoplifting. How is this any different? I believe this is actually worse. This is actually far worse. We've talked about numerous cops here. John, I believe we did a couple episodes about cops specifically that were terminated for shoplifting. But yet he keeps his job in the same rank in just a mere transfer. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. How is Captain Wilson transferred for saying that Zoran Mamdani is not his mayor, and the same discipline was applied here? Where is the standard? What's the measurability? There's none. There is a tiered system in the NYPD. If anyone wants to argue it, it's there.
Yeah, and Wilson will probably get 30 to 60 days and a year probation as well. So it'll be a much similar punishment to Richie. So all right, so I think the next segment we're going to get to is like really important, and I think we just got to set a lot of boundaries, I think, for the audience and for everybody, because there's been a lot of talk about, is Jessica Tisch going to step down? And I think we all agree here that it's imminent. It could actually be in the next few hours. We don't know. It could be in the next few hours. It could be in the next few weeks. It could be in the next few months. But I don't think Jessica Tisch is going to be the police commissioner in 2027. But obviously, there's a lot of people that have been vying for that position. There's a lot of people that are vying to get positions in that administration. And regardless of whoever comes on this platform, or any other platform for that matter, we'll always be critical and we'll criticize. And a lot of people don't like us for that, because we listen to interviews, we dissect them, whether they're on this platform or not. That's what we do. We have our own guests come on. We dissect the interview almost immediately after they're on sometimes. So for anyone that doesn't like it, I mean, this is not the Finest Filtered. This is the Finest Unfiltered. Coming on the platform, you're not doing us a favor. I just want to make that very clear. We're doing you the favor. We're doing you the favor by allowing you to come and present your thoughts. Now, when your thoughts are put out there, you basically came into the lion's den. You came into the lion's den and you said, okay, I'm coming out here in the public sphere. I'm a public figure and, criticize me. If you didn't think you were doing that, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is America. This is the Finest Unfiltered. That's why you guys watch it. So, and anybody that's butthurt about it, I would never say sorry for it because, the platform will not be subverted. We've had numerous actors try to do that. They're no longer here. And we're not willing to have anybody come on here and think that they align with us and think that they're free of criticism. We're not free of criticism. We never are. We never will be. And no one's ever going to be. Because this is what it is. And the minute we do that is the minute I will no longer be on this podcast. So it's the minute I will be gone because I'm not about to do that. So we're going to get into the last two interviews. And there were a lot of things that was said that I don't like that was said. And there's a lot of things that we have to talk about. And I don't care who likes it and who doesn't. And that's just my bottom line. My number's open. We could have the conversations in public. The platform's open. We could have them in public, in private. Anybody could come on here at any time and discuss their ideas and discuss our opinions and discuss topics and discuss matters. We keep this platform open for a reason. I don't care who's friends with anybody. It doesn't matter. This is not there are no personal attacks here. We're not personally attacking anybody. We're just talking our opinion. If you can't handle the fact that we don't believe that you were a good cop or we think you mishandled the situation, sorry, I'd rather it be us than anybody else. So, I'd rather it be actually, if someone's going to judge me, I'd rather at least be someone that did what I did when they're going to judge me. So before we get into those interviews, though, I think it's important to understand there has been a heavy focus on this podcast, particularly this podcast. Right. And you hear it with the other two shows that are on here. You hear it particularly from Ron Leeson and you hear it from Tom Joyce consistently. We're not like the Finest Unfiltered. We're not like John and Eric. We're different, and we're going to show you today exactly why we are different. And I don't take offense to that statement because we are. But I don't try to distance myself, and I don't think Marlon or Eric try to distance ourselves from that show. We feel like, the Finest Unfiltered is a family, and we feel like we disagree often on air, and we probably disagree a lot more off air. But there's been a heavy focus by the political structure and the power structure in New York City against this podcast and the NYPD and those who want to obtain the power structure in the NYPD to subvert this podcast and to also take us down in any way, shape, or form they can. So I had put that statement out online that basically rumors are coming out that Jessica Tisch and potentially in the next few weeks could be resigning, right? That is the rumor. I actually have pretty strong rumors it's going to be even sooner than that, right? And so we talked about the notables who that is, and you see the media crush that, right? The mainstream media crush it, but the people closest to the power structure in the NYPD and to the politics in New York City, WABC, they've been attacking this podcast because particularly Sid Rosenberg, you got to think the guy just had the president of the United States on his show. Now, why the president of the United States would waste his time going on this blowhard show is beyond me. I personally, I wouldn't even waste Trump's time to have him come on here. I think he has more important things to do. He's not a media personality. You're the president of the United States, be the president of the United States. We don't have to, you don't have to come on here and tell us how great we are, but certain radio hosts need that. We don't, So Sid Rosenberg responded to those comments. He made false accusations about this podcast that we said that Jessica Tisch was stepping down in 2 weeks. We never said that, even though rumors are starting to heat up that may in fact be the case. What I said and what I was consistent on is that I said that I believe that by 2027, she will no longer be the police commissioner. I put my thoughts out there. I showed you the guys the cow sheet bet I made. I put it out there on social media. Now everybody's talking about the Cauchy bet, right? On all the other shows, right? But that came out of here. And so this was Sid Rosenberg's comments. And again, it's going to lead into the other segment that we're talking about, because I want you to pay attention, because, Eric often says it. He doesn't believe in coincidences. And I don't really believe in coincidences either, and, we say a lot of stuff on here, and I think people think that, that we're very open, and we are, but I think they think that we don't hold anything back, or we don't know more than we let on. And I think that that's a very wrong assessment to make on us. I think that's a very flawed assessment to make on us. Myself, Eric, and Marlon were very good cops for a very important reason. We're very observant individuals. We sit back, we watch, we're patient. There are times that, I won't say it of Marlon, but me and Eric get mad and we get angered, and our emotions come out. But that doesn't mean that there's a lot more behind the scenes, and there's a lot. And the reason our emotions come out is because there is a lot more inside, and there's a lot more in here than sometimes we put out there. And so it's infuriating when you start to talk about these things and you start to think about these things. But here's Sid Rosenberg, and here's what he says about the show. And I think it's so highly inaccurate, what he said about us, but he basically confirms what we've been saying. So here it is.
Tisch remains a possibility. Well, these stupid former cops on their podcast telling everybody Tisch will be done in 2 weeks. Fake news! To quote President Trump, fake news, Jessica Tisch, you can bet your bottom dollar on it, will still be the police commissioner in 2 weeks. 2 months? Not sure, but pretty sure she'll still be here. 6 months? I don't know. That I can't tell you. After Labor Day, I can't tell you. But she ain't going anywhere right now. And if you live in New York and you're not happy about that,
So what do you think about that, Marlon? He's like, oh, she's not out there in 2 weeks, which we never said. Although now rumors are heating up that could potentially be it. So if you bet with the mush, Sid Rosenberg, you might have a problem. But why do you think he jumped out and started speaking about this stupid podcast and all this, but then says, well, I don't know, 2 months. I don't know after Labor Day. Certainly can't tell you 6 months. He basically says she's gone. Why do you think that happened?
Well, the thing is, for such a stupid podcast, we sure live rent free in their heads, For such a stupid small podcast, we live rent free in these guys' heads, But I think he jumped out because it's imminent, and I think it's just we kind of might have thrown a monkey wrench in the plans that were probably already laid out. And she probably wanted to leave on her terms with some probably bogus excuse, the usual political excuse that a lot of politicians put is that, I want to spend time with my family, when we know that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than they're letting up. But they like to kind of maintain a certain image. A lot of times it's manufactured image, but it got to keep up appearances and keep on the keep that image up, right? And I think the fact that it's come out is kind of it's kind of thrown them in a panic, and more than likely phone calls were made, and Sid is just doing his part to fight that news that's come out. So I think it's imminent, her exit.
Criticism matters. I want to say that criticism matters. Why? Because criticism is the most powerful form of checks and balances when it comes to public officials, leadership, people who have access to numerous outlets to make them a lot of money. People that have access, that have a say on public safety. Criticism matters. Why does criticism matter? Because it's a tool to hold people accountable, to make sure they're doing the right thing. It's important to criticize so that we do better, we make honest assessments. And if you're a public official, if you're a leader, and you are in the upper echelon of the NYPD, active or retired and you're out there vying for a job, and if you can't handle criticism, that means you're not willing for improvement. You're not willing to bend, to do better what's necessary for public safety. You're not willing to learn from past mistakes and move forward. And instead, the only thing that's important is to protect ego. Now, one thing I think we take pride in this podcast and this network is balancing the scale when it comes to criticism. We often say it's the finest unfiltered. And how do we balance that scale? Well, when it comes to this chat, for instance, our friends, listeners, and our trolls are welcome to a free, open conversation. Your First Amendment here is upheld. We allow trolls to say the craziest things about John, myself, and Marlon. A lot of it are personal attacks. And on this podcast,
all of it, Eric, all of it's personal.
All of it, because they don't have any dirt on us.
Yeah.
We don't look for personal attacks. I have a lot of dirt on a lot of people out there, a lot of information that's been fed to me about people that have been on this network, people that are out in the public, and that kind of stuff I don't put out there because I'm not into that kind of drama. I'm into criticizing leadership, not to attack character, to attack people's career, but I want to criticize, not attack, leadership, decisions made. For instance, Ronnie Harrison had an interview here during the week. And I said numerous times, and I was very critical of Ronnie Harrison before he was on this network. And I'm still critical. I said he came off as a nice guy. He made a nice presence. I think he had a storied career. He had a great career. But in a position of leadership, there are extreme failures. And I've used the term, he's a nice guy, but not a good guy. And I don't mean he's a bad guy at home or a bad guy with his family. I mean in his position of leadership. And in his position of leadership, his stance on Daniel Pantaleo, in my opinion, is a failure. You could watch for yourself during his interview and hear his responses. His position on Zohran Mamdani, I believe, is completely selling out to the public. And it's not just him. It's anyone that's out there right now in the public that has public safety experience, that has experience in the NYPD or policing, that is endorsing anything by Zohran Mamdani when it comes to this campaign of community policing over cops respond to emotionally disturbed persons. How can anyone endorse that? Now, Ronnie Harrison, during his interview, said he's endorsed exploring the idea and that he didn't have an interview with Zohran Mamdani. It's just a discussion. Well, you can call it whatever you like. That's an interview. Let's be honest. It's the same thing with the NYPD says there's no quotas. It's about personal growth. They love to put fancy names on things. And that's what we do here. It's the Finest Unfiltered. And I think for the better of the people, we need more people to stand up and be critical of public officials. Be critical of people that have power, responsibility, because that is the tool. We're not going to be violent in the street, right? We're not going to use force on people. How do we hold people accountable and make sure that they actually take the left foot forward before their right foot, do things right when no one's looking? It's by being critical. And if they can't handle that criticism, you have to ask yourself why. And this platform will not be used to promote books. This platform will not be used to promote politics without criticism. There's going to be balance. And that's the reality. And I don't hold back punches. I don't apologize for being critical on past guests, future guests, or anyone that's on here. I often say opposition meets opportunity. And with that opposition that meets opportunity, it also means criticizing. Now, I believe in respecting everyone. And anyone comes on this podcast during an interview, we don't interrupt you. We allow you to speak. And I think the same thing should go on the other podcasts as well. But often, as John said, we critique your responses afterwards. We talk about your responses. Sometimes we give positive feedback or what we agree with, and sometimes we're critical about the feedback. And I think that's completely necessary because I don't want someone else to be the next Daniel Pantaleo. I don't want someone else to be the next Hugh Barry. I don't want someone else to be the next Sergeant Eric Duran. And if we avoid criticism, if we don't talk about it, well, then someone else will be in those positions. And it's still happening. We need to be critical of Richie Taylor. We need to be critical of Jeffrey Madry. We need to be critical of John Schell because these are the tools to hold people accountable. These are the checks and balances. This is the courtroom of public opinion. And that's important. And people have been extremely critical of John, extremely critical of Marlon, extremely of myself. And we've taken it with a grain of salt. And we walk forward. That's what men do. I've heard Ronnie Harrison during an interview talk about his daughter was crying and upset that nasty words were said about Rodney Harrison. He was quite concerned about it, and he was bothered by it, and he was perturbed by that. But yet Rodney Harrison was never perturbed that John's house was swatted, that John and I were threatened, our kids were threatened. Marlon was terminated, but that never bothered him. So it's important to make critique. And some of these things are self-serving. It's not to attack their character, it's to criticize their position. And criticism, I believe, is a powerful tool, and it's necessary. And we're all open to criticism. If you're willing to speak publicly, if you're willing to climb a ladder, well, then you have to be open to criticism. You can't just get all the power, all the access. Write a book, but then you're not open to criticism. I think that's a problem. No one's talking about what goes on at your home. No one's talking about your character. And even though you had a storied career, and I've got numerous calls from cops, how can you be so critical of Rodney Harrison? He was a hero cop. I said, yes, he was a hero cop in that moment. But those moments do not define your entire life. I've served with men in combat who came home, who were heroes in combat, who came home, made mistakes, and they end up going to jail for things that they did. One thing does not subvert the other. And I think that's important.
Yeah, man. Look, here's the thing, dude. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, I watched two people come on here, and they're both highly respected in the NYPD, and they're both well-liked. But both their names are being mentioned in looking to go to the Zohran Mamdani administration. And both of them basically alluded to it while selling other narratives, in my opinion. I listened to those two episodes, and I basically threw up in my mouth during both of them. And in fact, during the Rodney Harrison episode, I did at one point start to cry. I won't even lie because I couldn't even believe what he said, and it really, really bothered me. It really bothered me. And I was like, wow, I don't ever want this guy to be my boss ever. And I don't think he's a bad person. I just think the way he looks at things is really dangerous. And I think the way that he looks at things is how the American law enforcement executive looks at things. I don't think it's akin to Rodney Harrison, because I think that I hear it a lot from executives that I'm friendly with and I speak with. I hear it a lot from other people. I heard it from Allison Esposito. And Marlon has put it best. I said hand puppets, and maybe it's wrong and it's not as professional. Marlon has put it best. They are empty vessels. And I listened to those interviews, and I'm not knocking the interview style of any of them. I would never do that. There were a lot of good questions asked. I'm knocking the answers of them. And again, because you come on this platform does not mean we owe you anything. As a matter of fact, when we criticize you and you're selling a book, you should probably thank us. You should probably say, look, I don't agree with what you're saying, and I don't like your opinion, and I don't appreciate your opinion, but thank you for having the conversation. And we don't here stop anybody from talking to us publicly or privately. This is the open world, the town hall of ideas, right? I'm not right. Eric's not right. Marlon's not right. These are our opinions. A lot of things are truth, though. A lot of things, it's not just our truth. It is the actual, in fact, the truth. So I listened to two interviews, and I made a comment about it. And I said, look, I listened to those two interviews, and I realized one thing. I realized that police executives are more of a politicians than politicians ever could be. I listened to Rodney Harrison and I listened to Allison Esposito, and I said Zohran Mamdani is less of a politician than they are. And I don't hold that back for 1 second, because I totally agree with that. Now, do I think that Zohran Mamdani is upfront with everything he says? No, but at least he takes opinions and he has stances. When you don't have an opinion and you have a stance and you use some fancy little language to divert things, it really, really bothers me. And so whether you are on Fox News 5, whether you are on CNN, whether you are on the Finest Unfiltered, whether you are on the Executive Perspective, the 10-4 Tavern, or any other show that's out there, Chris Cuomo, I do what I always do. And what I always do is I'll clip out portions of it for debate. I don't try to push narratives. And believe me, there are things that were on there that the one interview, in particularly with Rodney Harrison, where I held back out of respect for Rodney Harrison even coming on the platform. So I put a clip out basically just to promote the episode. And this was the clip. And I don't apologize for doing it. And I'll never apologize for doing it because this is what I've been doing for 3 to 4 years. If anybody thought they were going to come on here and thought that I wasn't going to say anything, or Marlon or Eric, I mean, I don't know what world they've been living in. I don't know what they've been watching for the last 3-4 years. You were coming on here to have your ideas challenged and debated and to sell books and to get your narrative out there that, in fact, you didn't want the job, which I don't believe was the truth. Now, that's my opinion based upon the things you said, because I think a lot of what you said, Rodney, I'm speaking to you specifically, I think a lot of what you said early on completely contradicted to what you said at the end. And I think, my friend, that you are a politician. I think that you are a great cop. I think you're actually a great father. I think that you're a great husband, and I think that, in your book, you alluded to certain things and that you're a man. You're a fallible man like myself, like Eric, like Moreland, like everybody else. But I love this profession. I was pushed out of it. I didn't have the gloried career that you and Allison Esposito had, and I didn't get to bounce around and get all of these good things, and I didn't get my time in the executive ranks, and I don't hold a grudge for anybody about it, and I'm not mad about it, and I'm not revengeful for the job, and I don't hate the job, but I'm watching something because I sit back and I observe, and I've been doing this since I'm a very young child. Same way that I observe politics is the same way I observe what's happening in the upper echelons of the NYPD, because it is all political. So if you appreciate my analysis on the political end, you should appreciate my analysis on law enforcement, or at least the debate and the topic, because I don't think anybody else brings these things up that we do on here. And I just see this real evil spirit amongst all of you in police executives, that you are being willing to be used as empty vessels. And you're willing to lie, and you're willing to do things that will make this city more dangerous, will continue to emasculate the NYPD, and will continue to leave New York City vulnerable to a massive terror attack. And anybody that's willing to do that, I don't have respect for. And I don't think that you should be a mayor, a leader. In Allison's case, I'm glad you didn't win the seat of the governor. And I'm glad you didn't win your state senator run. And I don't think you should be the mayor. And I don't think that you'll save the city, because you weren't even willing to take a political stance or have an opinion on Zohran Mamdani. So this was the clip that was put out. And, we'll get into it further, because I definitely want to talk about who should be the police commissioner, because I think that's an important conversation that keeps coming up, like who should be the police commissioner. But before we do that, in my opinion, to me, this segment sounded like I didn't get the job, so now I'm gonna say that I wouldn't do it because of politics, when he clearly said he had no problem with the COVID mandate. City Hall said it. When he talked about Daniel Pantaleo, he said that Danny Pantaleo choked the individual, when in fact that is a blatant lie. Because if Daniel Pantaleo applied a chokehold to Eric Garner, everyone and their mother knows that Daniel Pantaleo would be in jail right now. Still today. He would probably be right next to Derek Chauvin. So I'm not okay with that. That is not a correct narrative. That answer was an apolitical, I don't want this coming back on me, well thought out, pre-planned answer. And so if you're willing to do anything that that City Hall is willing to tell you when you were the chief of department, you're willing to be political, my friend. If you're willing to say that Zohran Mamdani, because there was a lot of debate about what he said online, where he said that basically he endorsed part of Zohran Mamdani's public safety plan to be further explored. Now, if I don't play semantics, because I don't like that. What he's, in fact, to me, what I heard is, now he did say that. He said that statement. I endorsed part of Mamdani's public safety plan to be explored. But what I heard through the political bullshit and the political answer is, yeah, I endorse this public safety plan. Because that's something I would never do. You could put $50 million in front of me. You could put, we'll make you the police commissioner tomorrow. I'm never doing that because I won't allow my good name to be misused by a politician. But I didn't hear that same thing. So I don't believe that, in fact, he turned down and he doesn't want to be the police commissioner. I believe, in fact, he came on this podcast abruptly after apparently a guest had ghosted Tom, just abruptly came on within, less than 24-hour notice. I believe he came on here to get in front of something that's about to happen. That's my opinion. I could be dead wrong on it, but I think, it looked to me like a man who didn't get the job for police commissioner, but who wanted to keep his good stock up there in the NYPD and needed to come out here and be a politician. That's what it looked like to me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong. If that's what happens in 2 weeks and I was wrong, but it was very weird from the onset. I know for a fact Rodney Harrison has listened to many of our podcasts. And I know that through multiple sources because they're often discussed in many rooms that we're not in. And yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I didn't think that this is disrespectful, and I didn't think us talking about it's disrespectful, and I apologize to nobody. And this was the clip. So yeah.
How? I don't know how this happened. My name got rumored as being interviewed for the police commissioner spot. I did have a sit-down conversation with him. It wasn't an interview. And he had some very, very interesting questions about certain scenarios and what decisions he should do if something like that happens to come up. That was nothing of an interview. So with that being said, I was never asked to be the police commissioner. I was never interviewed to be the police commissioner. I'm going to beat you to the next question. The next question is, all right, well, if he was to ask you to come back to be the police commissioner, would you come back? And this is my response. When it got out that I was endorsing part of his safety plan, I was literally assaulted on social media. Now, that's not a big deal. I don't mind being assaulted on social media. It comes with the territory when you're in these types of positions. But people don't understand this, that these comments that people were making have an effect on my kids. And I don't follow anybody on social media, but my kids do. And when I had my daughter call me up crying and saying, yo, daddy, why are these people saying all these negative things about you? Like, yo, you've done so many things for people in policing and nobody's standing up for you. And everybody's sitting here calling you all types of nasty, condescending things. That told me thanks, but no thanks. That's the first thing. The second thing here is to answer that question, would I go back if I was asked? Just say hypothetically, my kids got over it. Yeah. And hey, daddy, we'll have thick skin. We'll be ready. I had a very, very difficult situation in Suffolk County where I was unable to make decisions. And one of the things that you read in the book is politics and policing do not match. They can't be together. 100%. And more than likely, just say hypothetically, I was asked. I know for a fact that politics and policing will be involved, and I will not be able to run the NYPD the way I would want to. And I'll leave it at that.
So, I didn't think that, again, I thought that I heard a lot different from exactly what he was saying. I and I don't apologize for not taking it at face value. I think when you listen to a lot of that stuff, there was a lot of innuendo there, and maybe we're dissecting it too much, but that's what I heard. And Rodney, you're welcome to come on here and debate it if you believe that we're mistaken, and that's it.
Yeah, a lot of insinuations in there, right? And I agree with you. I think he came on here to keep his stock up in the seemingly imminent departure of Tisch and the appointment of Abbasi. I think he lost the role. He lost the offer, and Abbasi got it. and he needs to, keep his name up there, and drop insinuations that he kind of, didn't want it or declined it. But anyway, before we go on, there's a lot said there, John, that to talk about. But before we go on, I'd like to remind you guys that we're an open platform, and we allow, there are a lot of people that come on that we don't necessarily agree with, but again, we give a voice to. I think one of the great things about this platform is that, cops now have a voice, and I'm glad Rodney wrote a book. And I think more of you executives out there should write a book, because you have a lot of experience and a lot of stories that need to be told before they get lost to the pages of history. And a lot of you need to come on and talk about it. We have multiple shows that you can come on and give an interview for. And again, a lot of these stories will be lost to the pages of history if you don't tell it, because if you don't tell it, nobody else will. Okay. Because most certainly the media doesn't care about you. Okay. And the difference between us and, say, Sid Rosenberg is guys like that have an agenda behind them. Okay. Their agenda is, in the case of Sid works for Katzmatidis, and Katzmatidis' circle includes all these wealthy guys and influence, the influencer class, the wealthy influencer class of New York City. And what they tell Sid acts as the propaganda agent. That's different from us. We're an open platform, and you get to come on and tell your story and let the world know before it gets lost to the pages of history. But you're still open to criticism, just because, even though we want you to even though we don't disagree, even though we disagree with you, we think you should have a voice and tell your story. But you're still open to criticism from the actions that you've made and the decisions you've made as a leader, because the decisions you've made have had profound effects on people's lives. Okay. Now keep in mind, Rodney was chief of department when Rodney was chief of department when I was suspended for not taking the vax. Okay. So Rodney damn sure needs to get criticized for that. Okay. And Rodney didn't really give an answer to that. He gave a canned political answer that was no answer at all. Okay. And I don't understand that, because if you need to, when you tell your story, you should stick by your actions. Okay. Right or wrong. Okay. If you felt it was a mistake, then okay, it was a mistake. But when you dance around it and don't give an answer, to me, it looks pathetic. Okay. But again, I think that you executives should tell your story, because nobody else will tell your story. Okay. And just to show you how much of an open platform we are, and how much we do support cops. Okay. And we do support members of the NYPD, because again, if you don't tell your story, nobody else will. I just want to remind you guys that Rodney's book, okay, is out there, and I will be reading it at some point, just so I can go through it. But I encourage you guys, if you want to read it, to go out there and get it as well, because again, if we don't support each other, nobody else will. Okay. But at that same vein, Rodney needs to. I was hoping he would give answers instead of dancing around it and giving canned political responses that really a politician gives, and they leave the door open for him to go back on it. In the case of if Mamdani calls him today and says, you know what, I changed my mind, you've got the job, and instead of giving definitive answers. And to me, that part was disappointing. Okay. But yeah, like I said before, there's a lot to go on this that John said, and as we go around again, I'll get back to it.
There was a time that I was disappointed when I would hear former chiefs speak on behalf of the police department and play politics over policing. But no longer am I disappointed. Now it's at the point where I expect it, because this is all I see. I heard Rodney Harrison sounded like a nice guy, a genuine, humble guy, the way he spoke about others. He has a storied career. Same for Alison Esposito. She had a great career. I think she had a deity, which really helped out, and she had more transfers than most cops have collars. That was an opportunity, I believe, because of her family
Definitely
name.
Richie Taylor, right? Definitely the Richie Taylor.
But listen, kudos to her. You know what? Kudos to her. She went out. She spoke well. She spoke great about others. But I also heard her politics over policing also. Here she was running for lieutenant governor on a Republican ticket. And I didn't hear her speak at all about that. No criticism towards Zohran Mamdani. Why? Because when I watch, every time I watch a former chief of the NYPD speak publicly, it's politics over policing. It always appears that they're on a stage, that they're on a constant interview. Maybe they're not interviewing at the moment, but it appears to me that they're always on a forever interview. That leaving that door open and a door of opportunity for the next job that comes their way. Because God forbid you actually turn down a job. If a job comes your way, you have to take it. And it's often been posed to me now, well, then who should be police commissioner? Well, my answer to that is no one with a good mind of policing. If you actually care about public safety and you actually believe, if you're a former NYPD chief and you believe in intrusive police work and you believe in the bedrock and foundation of policing, well, then you shouldn't be taking that job. That job should be taken by someone who is a complete radical, who has no idea of policing, who believes that SRG should be abandoned and removed, who believes that the posture of protest right now should remain the same, who believes that community policing should be the effective tool. Now, Rodney Harrison said in that interview, and I've actually had people disagree with me, but you heard it right here. Rodney Harrison said he endorsed part of that plan. Now, Ronnie, here's my question to you. Which part of that plan did you find was good? What does that look like? What does it look like when community people respond to emotionally disturbed persons and cops do not in place? What does that look like? Because we've seen other cities throughout the country try it, and it's already been removed. It didn't work for them. Why would it work here? So if you're endorsing that, it completely says to me that you're putting politics over policing. No way in good name could you actually take a job by Zohran Mamdani. And I heard that numerous times. I heard that. We've all heard that. If you've been active in the NYPD or retired, I've met numerous cops. They didn't study for the test. They didn't put any effort into it. And when they failed the sergeant's test, you know what they said? I didn't want that job anyway. I didn't want to get promoted anyway. And that's what I heard from Ronnie Harrison. Now, I struggle and I wrestled with his response in regards to Daniel Pantaleo. Because Daniel Pantaleo is such an important mark in history that we should never forget that name and honor what happened, because that Daniel Pantaleo was Hugh Barry. Hugh Barry is Eric Duran, because all these cops have faced the same fate, and that is their luck ran out. Because what Ronnie Harrison said was, his answer was this: young Ronnie had to choke a violent perpetrator that was much larger than him. He had to defend himself and save his own life. But the outcome was different. In that case, his perpetrator didn't die, but Daniel Pantaleo's did. So Daniel Pantaleo's perpetrator died, so he ran out of luck. And when you run out of luck, you become a casualty in the NYPD. So how did young Rodney become chief of department and eventually the commissioner of Suffolk County? But Daniel Pantaleo instead had to uplift his family, move to God knows where, and be terminated and blackballed from the police department in the entire world. How is that different when, in fact, Daniel Pantaleo used a seatbelt takedown, and he did not close the carotid artery, did not put a blood choke or an air choke. And yet, Daniel Pantaleo was shamed, and Ronnie Harrison went on with a storied career. Now, that doesn't take away, I've been told, don't say these things. He's a hero cop. Yes, he was a hero cop. He was a great cop. He had a storied career. Nice guy. But as a leader in his position, he put politics over policing. That means he is not a good guy at that moment. I don't mean his character. I mean in the position of leadership. And I take issue to that. I struggle with that. I wrestle with the fact of his response to Daniel Pantaleo. He was on this platform. I'm sure he moved a lot of books. God bless you. And criticism is important to make you better. I criticize because I care. And I have no problem. People criticize me every day on this platform. Friends, listeners, trolls, haters, and I take it with a grain of salt. And that's what you need to do also. If you're willing to be in the public eye and you have all that power, responsibility, and access, well, you need to be able to handle criticism. And I struggle with that. And what I hear from every NYPD chief, or former chief, or someone in a high position of the police department, and they're unwilling to talk about the failures of the position of Zohran Mamdani, well, that means that they're willing to put their beliefs aside to take a job with Zohran Mamdani, because it's more important to get the good job than to stand on moral principle. Because absolutely not. I would not take the job as police commissioner if I was offered it under Zohran Mamdani. Absolutely not. Because I do not endorse his community plan. I do not endorse the removal of SRG. I do not endorse the fact that we need 400 cops at a scene where synagogue where Jews are getting attacked right now. And the city's just allowing it to happen. I don't endorse these things. So if you're willing to take the job of the Zohran Mamdani, that means you endorse it. And if anyone believes that during that interview that he said he had a discussion and not an interview, well, I could sell you a bridge right now. You know, I can tell you, hey, look at this car. It's beautiful. I just painted it. And meanwhile, there's no engine underneath. Well, that's what happened here. That's why we say they're empty vessels. If you really believe in policing and the fabric and the foundation, you really care about cops, you would say there's no way in good faith I could take a job on the Zohran Mamdani. But watch and see. We'll see the true players come out and see what's going on here. Shameful. I find it shameful. And it's not attacking their character. If people don't like it, well, so be it. It doesn't mean I don't show them respect, but I don't have to respect their position. And I don't respect Rodney Harrison's position on Daniel Pantaleo when he was appointed a second in command in Staten Island in the aftermath of the Eric Garner incident. And instead, he allowed Daniel Pantaleo to have to uplift his life. And in comparison, he had to choke a violent perpetrator that was much larger than him, and he rose to the rank of chief of department. John Schell talked about has spoken unprofessionally, his failures, and he rose to the rank of chief of department. And criticism is extremely important. And Allison Esposito, she seemed extremely nice also. I mean, there's most people in the NYPD, they're nice people. But does that make them good at that point? Allison Esposito, who ran as the lieutenant governor, had nothing to say about Zohran Mamdani other than he's young and he needs to learn. Well, a lot of people are young and need to learn. But what about his policies? She didn't say a word about that. Not a word. So I find that extremely telling. And if anyone doesn't like criticism, well, then you should be watching the Finest Unfiltered. But I think criticism is necessary. And this will not be the Finest Filtered. It will be the Finest Unfiltered. And that's the path that we take forward. And again, this is an open forum. If you want to criticize John, criticize myself, and criticize Marlon, we're open to it. We can handle it. It's necessary. And as John and I often say, if you agree with everything that we say, well, I kind of question your position also. So you can be nice and good to people while being critical at the same time. I'm often critical of John offline. John's critical of me offline. And you know what? I love the guy. I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. But I like the fact that he's critical of me because at least I know it's truthful. And that's what's important.
Look, you know, I just to go back, this is my last thing on the Rodney Harrison interview is I think that I listened to him. I think he has a lot to offer the younger generation of supervisors. I do. I would hate to see him as the police commissioner. I don't, you know, I said offline to a lot of people, and I said this numerous times. I think Terry Monahan and Dermot Shea were great cops. I think they were great bosses. I think as police commissioner and chief of department, they failed miserably. I think the same's true with Rodney Harrison. And I think they did allow politics to infect them and to be used as empty vessels to really push about agendas that they don't agree with, that they really, truly, utterly don't agree with, and goes against everything that they worked for their entire careers. And now I'm seeing people auditioning to continue to go against their agenda and what they believe in, you know? So Rodney Harrison, he had good stories. I liked them. I really liked the interviews. When it came time to talk politics, every single answer that he gave, I hated. And I was like, this is what's wrong with this job. And then to go over to Allison Esposito, you know, and this often gets brought up a lot about us because this is something that like, and I did see you cringe when our names got brought up. So, and I don't know what that was about. I don't know why, you know, myself and Eric are dirty, like why the cringe is there and why it's like, oh, you know, I noticed that, and that made my skin crawl. But, you know, so when you look at both of them, you know, they're good looking people, they present well, they get a good line of bullshit. But Allison Esposito, well liked on the job, man. I know so many people that worked for her in all different facets, including even in her last position as the CEO of the 70th precinct. And they all liked her. No one has a bad thing to say about her. But I traditionally did not like her style of running for lieutenant governor. I thought it was weak. I said from the get-go, there's no way they're winning. They're losing. They're running this election to lose. This doesn't look like a winning strategy to me. And now I see why. And so, you come on this platform when it's being rumored that if Abbasi gets the seat of the police commissioner, that you're going to be his first deputy commissioner. And that raised my eyebrows right away. And I'm like, well, why would you do that? Oh, maybe you want to win over the rank and file. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe Abbasi doesn't become the police commissioner and you don't become his first deputy commissioner. But it was weird, and so I kind of raised my eyebrows about that. I'm like, oh, that's weird. She wants to come on. Yeah, that's weird. And then when she comes on, I'm thinking, nah, it can't be. It can't be that she wants that. Why would she come on any one of our shows, right? Especially the show with the two dirty lieutenants on there, right? That they're no good. They tell the truth too much free speech, too much truth, too much opinion. We don't do that in policing. We don't do that in policing. We're honorable. We have integrity. We just don't talk about any of the issues because we want to stay positive. We don't talk about politics that has completely infected and taking over our entire profession. Just those two dumb lieutenants do that. And that's why they're not on the job. And that's why they're not making good money in retirement. And that's why they don't have the big jobs, because they tell the truth. You don't want to be those guys. You want to be the empty vessel for whoever's in power, regardless of what they ask you to do. And, the politics came up with Allison Esposito. And now, unlike Rodney Harrison, this was someone who ran to be lieutenant governor and ran to be a state senator, and she wouldn't give an opinion. She said, I want him to do good. And then she pulled out of her hat the Eric Adams lines. If I'm the police commissioner, I'm going to get a deep bench. And I'm like, did she consult for Eric Adams? Because she certainly never criticized his entire disgusting, corrupt administration. And I was like, oh, you're going to get a deep bench. Oh, I heard that for the last 4 years. And then she's like, I don't want this plane to crash. We're all on the plane. Another classic Eric Adams line. I was like, what am I hearing? What am I hearing? And Ron, I'll address that also in a minute. I'll address that in a minute also. So, I'm like, what am I hearing? And it was basically, he's a young kid. He's inexperienced. And then I'm like, wow, she doesn't even have an opinion on the politics of New York City. She doesn't even have an opinion on the politics of New York City. She left the profession to go into politics to say that she wanted to fight to make things better for the rank and file. And now you don't have a position on anything that is affecting the position. You don't have an issue on the gang database. You don't have an issue on anything that's happening, anything that's being said, or protest posture, decoupling counterterrorism. And I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. Maybe she really is going to be the first deputy commissioner. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's what I heard. And I'm not going to lie. I was completely disgusted about it. I was completely like, this is what's wrong with policing. This is absolutely everything that's wrong with policing. And while we're dissecting Allison Esposito's interview and Rodney Harrison, again, I don't think it is exclusive of them. It is everybody. John, who do you want to be the police commissioner, John? And I say it consistently. Tiffany Caban or AOC. Why would you let your good name be used by these lefties? Do you cops, you 9/11 cops, September 11, 2001, we had a terrorist attack, right? You all wore the pin. You all cry every day. You all gave up body parts. Friends died. Family died. Do you want to decouple the NYPD's counterterrorism resources from mass gatherings, which are soft targets, which are terror targets? Do you? Do you really? No, you don't. You don't. You know how reckless and dangerous and how wide open that leaves New York City, but you're willing to be the guy to sit down there? I'll tell you right now, Zoran Mondani could call me right now on this thing right now. He could offer me $50 million and tell me, I want you to be my police commissioner. I'm going to be like, yeah, I'll be your police commissioner. SRG is staying. The gang database is staying. and I'm running this job the way I want to. I'm going to be the police commissioner, and I'm going to handle public safety, and you're going to be the mayor. And none of these people are saying, no, they'll do that. I'll do this and I'll do that. I'll do this and I'll do that. I'll do whatever you need me to do. And I wrote a little poem online for you guys. Go read it, because that sums up everything that I think about police executives. That's what I think about it. I think you're all a bunch of fucking fake, phony cowards. I'm sorry, but that's just what I think about it. Like, you're willing to do anything. You're willing to sell your soul, use your good name, and destroy the profession you claim to love and the city you claim to love, so that you could get a high-ranking position and you could get the big pension, or you could get the 3/4. And it's a joke to me, dude. It's a complete joke to me. And this is why the Finest Unfiltered is so popular amongst the rank and file, because we actually talk about the issues. Plenty of other podcasts out there that talk about the NYPD. They're full of shit. They don't talk about anything, and that's why nobody listens to them. So I don't care. And Ron, I don't care how it was scheduled. Doesn't really matter to me how it was scheduled. It was very awkward that at this moment in time, in this specific week, two people come on that want to talk politics but don't want to talk politics, and both their names are being mentioned in the circles that are potentially going to get the seat of the leadership while we're being attacked by the political structure of New York City. Very fucking strange to me.
Yeah, a lot said there. Where was I gonna go with this? Yeah, I don't know much about Allison Esposito, but I can tell you that I've said before, no Republican has a chance in this state if you're going to give the same old canned non-responses. You're going to have to pick a position. You're only going to win if you're brutally honest. You're going to have to be a little bit Trumpian in terms of the old Trump 2016. I'm talking about, when you're brutally honest, to the point where some people are going to hate you, but at least you're going to pick a position. You got no chance if you're going to be the same milk toast, empty vessel with canned non-responses to things, so that's what I have to say for her interview. But just to go back to Rodney again, man, there were some things said there that, like, I've always wondered, like, where was the mindset of the executives at 1PP during the scamdemic? And I gotta say, what I heard from Rodney, like, pretty much answered that question for me, and I'm going back to when he talked about, again, I'm going to bring up his daughter because they're grown adults, okay, and they're on the job. But he specifically, he himself brought it up, okay, about basically, convincing his daughter to get the shot, basically holding her down to get the shot, because again, it comes from City Hall, so we got to do it, right? When I heard that, I'm like, well, there you go. I had no shot of keeping my job, and it goes back to what John says. These guys are like self-serving opportunists. They're empty vessels, and they'll do whatever it takes to get that next star, to get that next promotion, to stay in the club. And these are guys who cannot leave the system. They can't leave the system. They're dependent on the system, so they're not gonna fight it for you. When you have the cop trying to do your job and just get through the day, you have no shot against these guys, okay? Because again, they're willing to, as you can see there, they're willing to sell their own family member out because, again, City Hall says so we got to do it, right? Even if it's blatantly illegal and wrong, they're gonna still do it. And that is the part that stuck with me most about his interview. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, I can't believe I just heard that. That's gonna, like, literally burn into my brain, and I ain't gonna be able to forget that part, But again, how can you think any one of these guys, even though they talked a lot about empathy, which is ironic, again, they spoke about empathy and having empathy for cops, and then a minute later talk about getting rid of Pantaleo, not giving an answer for it. And then they talk about holding down someone and basically forcing them to get the shot, even though they didn't want to get it. And
and I'm supposed to believe your speech about empathy, having empathy for cops is genuine, right? I don't. Okay. And again, these guys are empty vessels who are willing to do whatever just to get that rank. And they're willing to sell the job out and destroy the profession so they can get ahead in life and stay in that club of elites. And that is absolutely wrong. And that needs to be called to the they need to be called to the fire for doing that nonsense, because the state of the NYPD is because of men like that who refuse to stand up for you, and who put their own self-interest ahead of the men and women who they claim to be leaders of.
I want to go back to the nice guy syndrome, and I often talk about this. In my opinion, Ronnie Harrison, he's generally a nice guy. Comes off as a nice guy, had a nice smile, nice presence. I think he had a good career. I do. But I think as a leader, he's put politics over policing. Same thing for Allison Esposito. I watched her. I heard fantastic things about her. And I rather enjoyed her interview. And I enjoyed Ronnie's interview also. I enjoyed the way they spoke about others. They enjoyed their career. But I don't enjoy when they put politics over policing. Now, let's rhetorically pretend that Ronnie Harrison did not interview for the job. But let's show you why it's so important we criticize them. Because they have power and the access on what goes on in the city, not just for the NYPD, but how it affects public safety. So it's important to actually criticize, because Ronnie Harrison, rhetorically speaking, if that was an interview and it was just a discussion for his input, with all his experience, he claims he endorsed part of that public safety plan. So if you endorsed it with all your experience, I can tell you right now with my police experience, which is, you could arguably say that Ronnie Harrison has more experience because he rose to the rank of chief of department. I was not afforded the right to make captain and get to that point. That Ronnie Harrison has more accountability and responsibility than I do. And I do not endorse that plan based on my experience, my anecdotal experience, based on my observations and the homework I've done. There are other cities who've tried this plan. It did not work. I don't see it work for the NYPD. I see it being a disaster. I see it being dangerous for the cops and dangerous for the public. So Ronnie Harrison, while you claim you did not interview, you had a discussion about it. How could you endorse that? I don't agree with that. I think it's a complete failure. Now, when it comes to Allison Esposito, I heard rumors also that she's in the running for a civilian position. I don't believe in coincidences. I also found it peculiar that during the Ask an Executive portion of that interview, someone asked Allison Esposito, would she take a civilian position in the NYPD? And I thought, wow, that was odd to me. They didn't even ask if she would take a position. Would you take a civilian position? So I thought that was odd. Now, if that were true,
it was just coincidence.
Right. Because there's always all these coincidences. In good conscience, if you're running for lieutenant governor on a Republican ticket, how could you take a job as a civilian for Zohran Mamdani? How could you, on a platform running for lieutenant governor, not have a say or any critique on Zohran Mamdani's policies, especially since you ran for lieutenant governor? If you really believed in that position of Republican and you wanted an opportunity to move forward for the Republican Conservative Party, then you would make critique on Zohran Mamdani's policies. This is not an attack on Allison Esposito personally. It's not an attack on Ronnie Harrison personally. But anytime we give critique, what I notice is when we give critique on a high-ranking person from the NYPD who's liked because they're a nice guy or a nice gal, immediately we get opposition. And I've got it numerous times on the phone. And they start, and people, and when I say they, I mean people that are in defense of Ronnie Harrison or Allison Esposito, they start to defend their character. Oh, they're a good person. How can you say this? This is not an attack on their character. Allison Esposito, maybe a great wife, a great mother, a great person. She seems like a really nice person. A great smile, spoke well, very humble, talks about how she loves the cops. Ronnie Harrison, same thing. But when we talk about specific instances where they put politics over policing, we cannot avoid to talk about that or avoid that criticism because they're nice, because they smile at us. If I let every attractive woman in my life just smile at me, I'd have no money left and get over on me. So we have to critique. We have to be honest. And I think it's important to hold people accountable and to critique them to make us better. It's not an attack on them personally, but I think it's extremely necessary. And I'll go back to Ronnie Harrison's response about Daniel Pantaleo. And if we don't critique that, what we're saying is that's okay that for cops to run out of luck. And it's okay for cops to be casualties. And I've said this often. I believe there's a casualty rate in the NYPD, that there's a certain amount of cops that are allotted that are going to be casualties, and the NYPD is completely aware of it and doesn't care. And I have a problem with that because I do care. And it's not good for me that Ronnie Harrison said that young Rodney choked the violent perpetrator. And because that perpetrator didn't die, Ronnie Harrison became the chief of department. Doesn't sit well with me. How does it sit with you?
Nah, yeah. And you know, and then it, you know, and the other thing is, like, anytime we ever criticize the upper echelon of the job, all of a sudden we're anti-police. Or if we criticize an idea, we're actually attacking the person. Or if we criticize the politics, we're, you know, it's not fair. And dude, I'm so sick of it. And I'm like, you know what? All of you just do it. Just go beg the mayor. I wrote an open letter to him today for all of you, and you could sign it. And that is whether you want to be the police commissioner, or whether you want to be the police commissioner, or you just want a job in his administration. We just saw Serena Townsend, right? She was on here numerous times, attorney. Guess what? She's working for Zohran Mamdani. And the whole time, what did we say? It appeared that she was auditioning for a job. And, you know, there's certainly a lot of people auditioning for jobs. Certainly a lot of people auditioning. So I wrote an open letter for you, for those of you looking to get back in the police department. So it's called a Police Executive's Pledge of Loyalty. So it starts off, to the Honorable New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Use me, Your Excellency. I will openly endorse your public safety plans, knowing that they will make New York City less safe. I will lie and mislead the public about the crime statistics for you. I will state publicly that eliminating the gang database makes us safer, even though I know it doesn't. Against my own conscience and good sense, I will weaken the NYPD's protest posture even further and disband the SRG. I will tell them all this is revolutionizing policing. I will not deploy the NYPD's counterterrorism resources to soft terror targets, and I will do so while touting my service during the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attack. I will put your department of community safety ahead of my own department. I will allow paid agitators, along with domestic and foreign terrorists, to take over businesses, streets, sidewalks, churches, synagogues, bridges, and tunnels. Your critics will be my enemies, and I will use New York City resources to find a reason to jail them. I will shutter businesses, shut schools, and houses of worship at your command. I will push your racist and divisive DEI agenda. Your enemies are my enemies. I will violate the law and enforce your mandates without question. Mask wearing, experimental medical interventions, made-up distancing rules, command me. You are all that I serve. The oath I swore to the Constitution before God means nothing to me. You are my master. I am an empty vessel. Fill me with your mission, and that is the direction I will go. Use my good name, my experience, my years of service to achieve your own agenda. I understand that I know that I am not worthy to know what your actual agenda is. My family, my children, my God, my country, and the law all take a backseat to you. There is nothing I won't do for you. Your wish is my command. Let me be your loyal and faithful servant. Signed, the next NYPD appointed manager, right? Police commissioner, whatever you want to be. That's all of you. Sign the letter, sign your fucking souls away. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Don't fucking cry when we criticize you about it either, because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know, it's before you go, Mahon, it was funny. Right? Like, let's see how many fucks we could be limited to. Oh, we crossed that one. And I have to start keeping a count here. I'm gonna put up a tally on my board.
I think we're doing pretty good today. You know, we kept it
Yeah.
to a minimum. You know.
Well, it's still young. Still 2.5 hours.
Yeah, bro. You know, it's these guys. They just can't stay out of the system. You know, they can't. You know, think it must suck to be like an accomplished, you know, to have an accomplished career, to have, you know, you're set for life. You've got enough money. You've got your own business on the side, and yet you have to, you know, censor your responses. You can't, you know, you can't be forthright with people. You can't give an honest answer. You're still beholden to the system, even though you're, you know, you're retired. And that I look at that, I'm like, I have, you know, we don't have money. We don't have, you know, we have we have smaller pensions. You know, I don't have a pension. You know, we don't have the accomplished careers that they do because we had to leave, but yet we're free. You know, we can say anything we want. You know, I can criticize whoever I want. I can give my opinion fully. You know, I don't have to taper that response. But these guys do, and that's pretty sad on their part, that, you know, you're not free. You're not free, right? And they have to. They just can't move on from that system. They can't, like, move on and build their own things. They also they have to find some way to get back in the fold. And I saw a comment in the chat about Serena. Yeah, Serena Townsend. I brought this up online because I had pointed this out a couple episodes ago, that I noticed a change in her tone. Okay, when it came to, you know, law enforcement and her responses about law enforcement. And sure enough, this comes out yesterday that she's back in the fold in her old job in corrections. And I was like, well, see, there you go, there you go. At some point, the establishment comes with a deal for you, right? You want to get back in that fold? You want to get back in that club? Well, you got to drink the Kool-Aid. You got to get back on the program, okay? If you want to get back in the fold. And that's why these guys, they have to drink that Kool-Aid. They can't give you honesty. They can't give you genuine responses, because if they did, they're gonna be kicked out the establishment, and they ain't getting that. They'll be out the club again, right? And what was I gonna say? There's talk of Rodney starting his own podcast, right? I thought I heard that before, and I'm gonna say good luck with that, right?
Yep, they did
Because
say it.
Yeah, because he's going to need a lot of it. You know, he's going
Yeah.
to need a lot of it.
Yeah.
Maybe you could come on the Finest Unfiltered. We'll give you a show, Ronnie. It's probably the only
Yeah.
chance you got to get.
He was already on the Finest Unfiltered, John, just not on this podcast.
Yeah.
well, good luck. Good luck having a podcast and having canned responses and not being genuine, because nobody wants to hear that anymore. The audience wants genuine. They want to hear you. They don't want to hear an agenda behind you. They don't want to hear a canned response. They don't want to hear, you know, you can't say something because, oh, it's gonna hurt that guy's feelings. You know, good luck with that.
You know, I want to say this, and shout out to Rob Lukash. I love that man. Let me tell you, he's a brother to me. Rob Lukash, who's a former chief of the NYPD. I'm not kidding. I don't say that about anybody, but I mean it. Other than Rob Lukash, what I've learned is that chiefs never really retire. That's one thing I've learned doing this podcast now in almost 4 years. They never actually retire. The badge may come off, and physically their bodies are removed from the police department, but they're still there. They still want to be connected. They still want the access, and the relationships and their future opportunities are what's important to them, and the connection with them in the police department. And that, to me, is one of the very reasons, that is probably the ultimate reason of why it's difficult to be honest. And if you want to challenge me on that, I mean, think about these responses. I'm not here to pick on Ronnie Harrison, but I really struggle with his response to Daniel Pantaleo. Is that an honest response? It's a simple question. The question was posed to Ronnie Harrison. And I don't mind saying it right now, because way before Ronnie Harrison came on this network, before he was promoting his book, he was on Mike Cologne's podcast, the New Haven podcast, and I heard him speak on the Daniel Pantaleo incident. He said Daniel Pantaleo got a raw deal, but he didn't say that when he was on the job. And now he said something different. It was a simple question, should he have been terminated or not? His response was that young Rodney had to choke a violent perpetrator who was much larger than him to keep himself safe and save his own life. But the perpetrator didn't die. So Rodney Harrison wasn't terminated. Listen, I don't want to pick on people personally, but damn well we're going to criticize them. And I am yet to find, other than Rob Lukash, I am yet to find a chief retired from the NYPD and actually retire. Yes, physically their bodies were removed, but mentally they're still connected. It's important to have access to the police department. So it kind of makes me think sometimes, man, how good is it at the top of the NYPD? Like, what really goes on there? What goes on there that it's so good that they want to stay connected, that they want to live a lie? And I think, honestly, that must be exhausting to me. If you're Rodney or any chief that's retired from the police department, and you can't just be honest and say you had an interview, that you want this job, and that you'll do whatever it takes. To me, that's exhausting, because to me, there's only one way to tell the truth and 1,000 ways to tell a lie. Because in a year from now, or 2 years from now, if Rodney's posed that question again, he has to remember his response, because it's here for recording. It reminds me of the movie A Few Good Men. And I love that movie. If anybody watched A Few Good Men, when Tom Cruise playing the part of Lieutenant Caffey, and he has Colonel Jessup, who's Jack Nicholson, on the stand. He says, "That's not what you said, Colonel. That's not what you said. If you want, we can play it back for you." He goes, "I know what I said. I don't need to play it back." So that's my question to some of these chiefs. Do you remember what you said? Do you remember what you felt? Do you remember the position that you stood on? Because to me, it's exhausting to carry a lie. These are lies. Anyone, if you're willing to work for Zohran Mamdani, you either have no idea how policing should work, or you're lying. And we know damn well Rodney Harrison knows what policing works, because he had a successful career. He was good at what he did. He was a good cop, in my opinion. I believe he has all those good qualities to be a good cop, but he's now put politics over policing. And that's a full leadership quality. And I will make that criticism on that. How could you not just say Daniel Pantaleo should be fired or should he not? Instead, give a scenario that has a comparison that doesn't measure up. And that's the reality. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest. I think it's exhausting to have to lie. And I feel sorry for all these chiefs that are in retirement that need to stay mentally connected, to need to have that access, to make themselves feel better, to pretend that Zohran Mamdani's plan is effective and that you think part of it could work. I want to know if that's the case. Educate me. Please tell me which part. Maybe we worked in different police departments, because I just don't see it. I want to see it. And our mission for this podcast is to not be in a vacuum, not have a narrative, not push agendas, but push the truth. And all I ask is for the same.
Yeah, he said he basically insinuated that his reason for not taking the job is no autonomy, but he gave no prior answers in the interview that indicated that it had anything to do with autonomy. I mean, he when it comes to the vaccine mandate, he said, "Oh, it comes from City Hall." That doesn't sound like a response for somebody who wants autonomy. If you can't make if you don't disagree with any of the mistakes that have happened on this job, then you're gonna tell me that you don't want the job because of autonomy. You couldn't even, you couldn't even give an answer about Daniel Pantaleo. Okay, I mean, so I question.
Let's just pretend he was choked, Marlon. Let's just pretend he was choked, all right? And then let's just pretend. Let's pretend,
Well, yeah, that too. That narrative isn't the truth about Garner, So again, I when I heard that, I was like, I don't know about that,
Well, let's do that. Let's pretend he was choked, because Rodney Harrison said he had to choke a perpetrator also, but his perp didn't die. So does it come down to luck? Does the reality come down to outcome? And that's what it seems to me, that, hey,
yeah, but dude, it's not even fair to do it, because it was such a false narrative, and it was intentionally false, and it was intentionally thought out and plotted to be that way. That was not a chokehold, and everyone fucking knows it. So I'm not ever going to even put that narrative out there. I don't even want to debate it, or pretend it happened, because it didn't. Like that was such a false narrative, and that shows who you are, and that shows why you shouldn't be in leadership, because you want to be apolitical, you know. And dude, it's you know what it is. It's like, you know, and I always talk about, like, you can't fix something that you're not willing to acknowledge. You can't. And so, like, just picture the NYPD as like your drug addicted kid. Instead of having your kid like acknowledge it and then like seek treatment and then really get down on the root causes and the minutia, like who they're hanging out with, where they are, their routines, their habits, and like break it up to get out of this toxic lifestyle that you're in that's deteriorating you, you're instead going to be a police executive and be like, everything's great. My kid's doing great. It's so good. Yeah, they have no job. They sleep till 7 o'clock at night, and then they go out and they sniff heroin and smoke crack. Yeah, no, it's good. We just want to be positive here. We just want to be positive here because, you know, everything's good. Somebody, and you're like, oh, so you give them money to go use drugs? Well, somebody's got to do it. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be you. It doesn't have to be you. And like, that's what it is. Like, nobody wants to talk about the issues in policing. And this is a profession that's in decline. The NYPD is a department in decline. And yet we're going to sit here. Oh, I hope it's Rodney Harrison. I hope it's Allison Esposito. I hope it's Issa Abbasi. I hope it's Eric Dim. Like, I hope it's this guy. I hope it's that girl. Like, why? You're getting the same thing. You're getting Zohran Mamdani's public safety platform. Who do you give a shit who's doing it? It disgusts me to think that people with good names and good careers that are well liked in the NYPD would be willing to do that. But unfortunately, and by the way, you're right, somebody is going to do that. I know there are thousands and thousands of cowards. I saw you in 2020. I saw you guys. I saw all of you. I saw you throw the Constitution out of the window of the United States. I saw you willingly give up your freedom for safety. I saw you willingly demonize others for pretend safety. I saw you push people to do things that made absolutely no sense. I would never push my child to do something like that ever in my life. The only way that would have happened is if I was dead. There was no soul left in my body. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because I don't like to talk about people's families. I don't. When it comes to your kids in policing, when it comes to them rising through the ranks really quick, yeah, I'm going to talk about that because they're grown adults. And this is a police podcast, and we talk about issues in policing, particularly cronyism and nepotism. Right. And that was a clear case of that. But I saw who you guys are, and I know that there'll be somebody to take that spot. And I don't envy you for a second. I don't care if you're making $1 million a year. I don't care what you're making. I don't envy you for a second. I wouldn't trade places with you here on earth, because I know what that's going to leave me in the afterlife. And some of you just really don't care about that. And that's fine. You know, be that coward, sign your name, sell your soul, take that pledge, because that is the ultimate pledge, dude. Like, I don't think anything I said is far off. I don't think anything I said in that letter is even remotely far off. I don't think it's a remotely exaggeration. As a matter of fact, I dumbed it down because there was a lot more in there that I wanted to say, because I'm telling, that's exactly what you're doing. And anyone that says that's not what you're doing, you're a fucking liar. You're willing to come on here and debate me publicly, call me privately. Let's have a face-to-face, whatever you want to do. That is exactly what you're doing. That comes from my fucking heart. It doesn't come from me pushing a narrative or me looking to go work for fucking Zohran Mamdani. Because if I was, I could have. And I'm not. And the same goes for fucking Eric and Marlon. So I don't know what the fuck you people are talking about.
Well, here's the sum total. Here's why I say, and I think it's important to use rhetoricals. The reason why I say, first of all, I just want to preface this with, that was not a chokehold by Daniel Pantaleo. However, I do think chokeholds should be something encouraged in police departments and taught. Now, that's another conversation for another day. But rhetorically speaking, if it was a chokehold, the reason why I mention that is because Rodney himself said he applied a chokehold. He said it on a violent perpetrator. But what was important was the outcome. And what we're saying is we're leaving it down to luck. And so that when you go to work right now and you're a cop, it comes down to luck. And if you're unlucky, well, guess what? You're betting against the house. And the house is the NYPD and City Hall leadership. And you're going to lose. Anytime you bet, and anytime you go out there gambling, the house always wins. And so for Daniel Pantaleo, the house won, they lost. For Hugh Barry, the house won, he lost. And for Eric Duran, the sergeant who just got sentenced, he lost too. And so ultimately it comes down to outcomes and luck. Do you want to be in that position? So how could, and that's why I say, how could Ronnie Harrison, in good conscience, who was appointed second in command in Staten Island, to quell the incident and the aftermath of Eric Garner's tragic death, no matter what, still tragic, right? How could you not stand up for Daniel Pantaleo when you applied a chokehold also? You were a real cop. You were out there in volatile situations. You went out there, you did real police work. How could you sleep at night? How could Jimmy O'Neill sleep at night terminating Daniel Pantaleo? How do these guys sleep at night? Apparently they sleep very well. But I do believe it's going to come back to haunt them. If it hasn't haunted them already, I do think it's going to come back to haunt them, because if they're the nice people we believe that they are, because deep down they're really nice people. They want the fruits so good. I mean, who could argue with this? Juanita Holmes, to my knowledge, the rumor is, and the information that I have, if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong, that she left the NYPD. The first time she left was for AmeriExpress or a big company just like that, making approximately $400,000 a year. That's what I heard by rumor. If I'm wrong, please tell me. But if that's true, why would she come back to the NYPD? She came back to the NYPD. And this is my point, that they never actually retire. They want that access. They want the connection. And that's why I believe also people do come on this network, because it keeps them connected. Keeps them connected to the NYPD. And that's not a bad thing either. But let's not deny that either. That we all want to feel some form of connection because we love the job. We still love the job. But let's not pretend that we're not on an auditioning stage trying to get the job with Zoran Mamdani. We've heard it. Because if you can't say anything about his policies and be critical about it, that says a lot to me. That silence, that to me, shows that you're okay with it. You're okay with the way the city's running. Yeah, you don't want the plane to crash. I don't want the plane to crash either. But I can tell you right now, none of us are willing to take the job under Zoran Mamdani, because you sure as hell can't be a real cop. So as radical as you think it may sound, and it sounds funny when John says that Tiffany Caban should be the PC, well, that's the only type of, and I think it's funny, but it's true. That's the only type of people that should be willing to accept that job. If you have any policing experience and you know damn well what works, and you actually care about people, right? Because that's what policing is about. You actually care about people. Then you would not take that job. You would not send civilians out to emotionally disturbed persons and put them in those volatile situations and put their lives at risk. You would not put cops in that situation where they're going to respond to escalated situations if you really cared. But as I always said for a long time, it's about self-serving promotions and about paving the way for their offspring. Ronnie Harrison said it himself. He had to force his daughter to get a shot. Why? So she could stay on the job and have the opportunities he had that he can give her. Why would you force your own child to take a shot? I watched that documentary, Ordinary Men. And in that documentary, I learned that people that became Nazis, cops that became Nazis, were actually nice guys. They were nice people. They were good people. They had families. They never committed crimes in their life. And they weren't even coerced or forced to become Nazis. They just didn't want to be ostracized. They wanted access. They wanted to be part of the group. And they became Nazis and killed Jews and innocent people. So I have to ask myself, could these chiefs be Nazis themselves? Could they actually lead the storm? And unfortunately, I think the answer is yes. You know, if they were told by City Hall that next week all Jews are going to be wearing yellow wristbands, would they do it? What makes it, and some people will say no. Well, what makes that any different from a vaccine mandate? I don't see the difference. What are your thoughts, Marlon?
Yeah, they absolutely would. And again, as I mentioned earlier, you go back and listen to what Rodney said about the shot. He told you right there. You know, look at the actions of the chiefs and their silence during the mandate, right? To me, it never made sense, because if you're a general and you're facing two unknowns, are you gonna go all in on one of those unknowns? It's stupid, and your leadership damn sure deserves to get criticized for that, because that's a mistake. That's a mistake, and you want us to all ignore that it ever happened. Okay, but it's a mistake. And the men and women who you claim to have empathy for and lead, you sure didn't have empathy during that, when that happened, and the what was I going to say? You see the this silence, right? One of the problems with America right now is that we seem to be rewarding the people who are silent and who go along to get who are in this go along to get along culture. Eric asked how could O'Neill sleep at night. You know how he sleeps at night? On his bed of $1 million in cash salary a year. Okay, both him and Shay make like close to $1 million, if not over. I know the exact figure, but I'm not going to tell you. Right? They make a lot of money. Okay, and these guys have sold their soul for that money and to get to the 1% class. But I think deep down it bothers them because they hate the fact that we talk about this, and they would like us to go along, to get along and remain silent so that, that those thoughts don't come back up in their heads as they look at themselves in the mirror. I think they all know it's wrong. Okay. But I just also want to point out that, Trump is meeting Z. He met Z the last couple of days. And there's a comment that Z said during his speech to Trump. He called America a declining power, right? He basically said that the sun is fading on the American empire. And that's nothing new because a lot of the things he said there I've been telling you about, right? But one of the reasons why he's saying that is things like this, because men stay silent and watch institutions crumble, like the NYPD. And
I don't think I just want to say I don't think that that's one of the reasons. I think that is the fucking reason.
Well, yeah. You see all these men stay silent so they can get ahead. Meanwhile, the institutions are crumbling. Okay, the NYPD is crumbling. New York City is in a mess. Okay, and by the way, sure, Mamdani has a budget now, but the state contributed $6 billion to that gap, right? $6 billion. Next year we have another $7 billion, which is probably going to go to $10 billion when you factor in inflationary costs, right? So is the state going to bail us out another $10 billion next year, and the year after that, and the year after that? Meanwhile, they're discussing delaying pension contributions again. Okay, so these men are remaining silent in the face of all these failures as your entire country is crumbling, and China themselves are telling you, "Hey, look, we're next. You're the past." Okay, and this is the state of this country, and this is the state of the NYPD, because men like that refuse to take a position and refuse to even stand by their own past mistakes, right or wrong. Okay, so.
No, yeah, dude, it's I've said it 1,000 times on here, and again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I said 1,000,000 times, there's no line. Someone asked me yesterday, like, what's a good leader? I'm like, what's a good police commissioner? I'm like, you're the police commissioner. You should be like the union delegate for the entire job to the mayor. You should, but not like the soft union delegate. I'm talking about like the guy that's going to be like, no, we're not doing that. Bullshit. These are the rules. These are the regs. You're overstepping, and you need to have the ability to say no. None of these guys have had the ability to say no in 13 years. I haven't seen one person say no about anything, and there's no line. And I'm saying no, I'm saying, like, what's the line? Where will you draw the line? Eric, I mean, think about what they were doing. And this is my point that I brought up to the LBA president, Lou Turco. You're singling out individuals based upon a status that is incorrect. Because if you were ever infected, you were in fact considered vaccinated because you have tithers, you have antibodies in your system. So you're singling people out and you're labeling them. And you're violating HIPAA law because you're exposing that, in fact, these people, the bad people, they need to get masked and tested. But the good people don't. So we don't care about, and the good people don't have to wear masks and don't have to get tested because we don't really care if they infect you. We only care if you infect them. What's the difference between that and sticking a star on a Jewish person and me saying, well, Jews carry disease more? You know, Jews are more likely to carry disease. What's the difference? It's not based in reality. It's not based in science. It's based on someone telling you that. Adolf Hitler told him, it's coming from City Hall. Hey, he's in City Hall. Got to do it. We got no choice here, honey. We can't, we can't worry about history, medical history, facts, science. We can't worry about anything. We have to do anything that City Hall asks us to do. We have to. We can't have a counterterrorism posture at a protest. We can't have it at a mass event, a mass gathering, a soft target. We can't do that, honey, because, it came from City Hall. So I have to send you out there completely exposed and possibly have terrorists blow you and everybody at that scene up because City Hall said so. We can't have riot police, the people that we train and pay to control riots, because City Hall said so, honey. Where's the line? How could you be a leader when you have no line? And no one has a fucking line in law enforcement, dude. None of them. And they're sitting there going, well, that's why you're not in law enforcement. Well, guess what? Then I don't want to be with you guys. I don't care. Well, if that's what I have to do, if that's what you have to do, and again, Marlon, they might have I don't care if they made $50 million a year. I don't care if they make $50 million a month. I hope they live forever, bro. Because this life is not permanent and they ain't taking that fucking money with them. And so I hope they live forever. So to you, O'Neill, Shay, all of yous, I hope you live forever. You should pray every night before you go to bed to not take you before you awake. Because it's not going to be a good fate for you guys. It's not. Because you already signed that contract.
The interesting part is that most of these guys in retirement get these illustrious jobs and they make a substantial amount of money, but I don't really think they're in it for the money. It's kind of a byproduct of this great access that they get the opportunities, but I don't think they care about the money at all. I think they're more concerned with the access and being connected. And I think that far surpasses the money. And I see it in Juanita Holmes. I mean, she retired, had a very illustrious job, as I said earlier, and she came back to the NYPD. So you have to ask yourself, I kind of ask myself sometimes, like, what happens along the way, right? Because you got to think that most of these people that come on, Rodney Harrison and other people, they come on with good intentions. They want to, and Rodney Harrison said himself, he had actually a bias and stain towards cops. He didn't like the police department. That was his experience growing up. I don't agree with it, but that was his experience, and he has a right to his opinion. But what happens along the way, right? What happens along the way when the chief ranks start to get embodied, and what happens along the way that they completely change their mindset, right? I heard when Dermot Shea was coming up and he eventually became the police commissioner, all I heard was that guy, man, he was a cop's cop. Jimmy O'Neill, I heard the same thing. I heard great things about Jimmy O'Neill. He's a cop's cop, right? And then you saw them in those positions of leadership, and you saw how politics really consumed them, and politics became more powerful than policing. So you kind of wonder, at least for me, what happens? What happens at that point that things change? I mean, these guys that were revered in the police department, who had good careers, who were actual cops, as in Dermot Shea, Jimmy O'Neill, Rodney Harrison. And I'm using these guys as an example because they were good cops. Terrence Monahan, good cop. All these guys here, they were good cops, kind of hard-nosed guys. And then somewhere down the line, and I don't know, as I often say, rhetorically speaking, that there's an injection in your head when you go into the police academy and you forget how to think like a normal human being. Is there some type of injection when you enter One Police Plaza and you become a chief? Do they inject you with some chip and now you think a certain way? Because these guys, they all change and take a complete different stance. I mean, Dermot Shea allowed anti-crime to be disbanded. He allowed the disciplinary matrix to run from the police department. Jimmy O'Neill terminated Daniel Pantaleo. Terrence Monahan took a knee. Ronnie Harrison did not take a good stance, could not defend Daniel Pantaleo. I mean, are we wrong here on any assessments that we're making? I'm sure I'm going to get phone calls saying, how dare you say these things? These are nice guys. Well, listen, if we're just going to measure everyone by how nice they are, we're really screwed in life. Because there's a lot of people. Is it okay? There's pedophiles out there that are nice to kids, and that's how they lure them into their homes. Well, you know what? Maybe it's the same thing with these chiefs. They're nice and they smile at your face and they kind of lure you into this nonsense. How could anyone in their right minds take a job for Zohran Mamdani? How could you in your right mind take these positions knowing damn well when you had storied careers and how police work actually unfolds and what's necessary for the cops to be safe, what's necessary for the city? It's sad. It's sad because they have all this money and these guys, they're not even spending it. John Shell has a substantial pension and everyone, and it's just more greed. And I think it's not even about the money. I even think I see all these chiefs get 3/4. And the rumor is Juanita Holmes is next, right? She's up in the queue for 3/4. That's the rumor. So I'm curious how many chiefs have actually been denied 3/4. But I don't even think, this is my opinion, I don't know. But I don't think, because I don't know what they're thinking, but I don't think that chiefs on the job get 3/4 because they actually need the money or want more money. I just think they just, because it's another thing you can get. As a chief, I could get access to these unmarked cars. I could rent as many as I want. I could get my kid into the squad. I could get 3/4. I could get, because they can, and they have all the access to these different things. That's my opinion, because it's only showed its face numerous times. That's what it showed me. What are your thoughts, Marlon?
Yeah, a lot said there. What was I going to say? I think, I think these guys, they can't leave the fold, you know. It's just what I think. I think they just can't separate themselves from the system, you know. They can't go on their own. They need to maintain those connections. And it keeps them it's like being in a prison, you know. It keeps them from saying what they truly feel, because it's going to hurt somebody in that system, and you might get booted from the club. And again, it's sad, and it's not good for the institution. Yeah, a lot of guys love Rodney, you know. And again, we have to separate Rodney the cop and Rodney the boss from Rodney the executive. Okay, we all agree that Rodney, he certainly sounds like he had a good career and he was a good cop. And again, he sounds like a family man. You know, that should be applauded. But you got to separate that from Rodney the executive, and he failed as an executive. Okay, and these other guys, Shea, O'Neill, Monahan, they all failed, and they all put the institution in a bad place. They left it in a worse place than when they came in. Okay, and you all have a responsibility to leave the institution in a better place than it came in, because you're putting the guys that come after you in a bad position. Okay, and I hear a lot about how a lot of older guys are tough on the younger guys now. And I tend, in a lot of ways, I agree with them, because again, we have generational problems, and I think the Generation Zers, a lot of them have grown up with helicopter parenting, and they've been part of a trophy generation. But at the same time, I also recognize that they have things a lot harder than we did. You know, they have that constant scrutiny, and they're not given the benefit of the doubt that a lot of the prior generations have had. And a lot of that is because of men like O'Neill, Shea, Monahan, and Rodney. Okay, because you put the job where it is right now. You made it harder for them to do their job now, because you refused to stand up, because standing up would have meant that you're not getting your $1 million a year salary. Okay, heaven forbid. Okay, heaven forbid, right? Because you couldn't leave the job and build a business or do something on your own. You have to stay within the confines of the system. So you got to sell out the men and women who work for you in order to get there. So again, none of these guys leave the institution in a better place than when they got there, and that is wrong. And that's why we keep calling it out.
No, and that's the thing. It's like, it's just a complete shirking of your responsibility. I was only the highest uniform ranking member of the service. I was only the police commissioner. I was only the mayor. Like, it's a complete shirk of the responsibility. Like, that's what Eric Adams did that 1,000 times. I'm only the mayor. Like, what? What do you mean you're only the mayor? Like, like, what are you talking about? And then And like, you know, I consistently flash back to so many things in life where it's like, who cares? Stop, John. I don't want to hear it. I remember being in BMOC, and we had this LGBTQI plus A plus XYZ, A, B, C, D, E, F, G group come in, and they were like saying that, all right, well, you know, and this is about 2011, 2012. And they're like, yeah, so guys, if a guy comes in and he says his name is Peaches, you have to put down on the Omni form his name is Peaches. I'm like, sorry. I'm like, wait, I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. I'm like, you don't do that. I was like, because that's giving a fake name. Now I have to arrest him. When I give when I put his fingerprints in and he comes back as Frankie Gabagoots or whatever the hell his name is, now I have to arrest him. He just gave a fake name. I'm like, they're like, no, they're allowed to. I'm like, listen, I'm not against your community. I'm just telling you, you're doing your community a disservice by lying to them. You're lying to your community. You're telling them it's okay to give a false name to the police when they're arrested. In fact, that's a crime. You cannot do that. You know, and now they're going to have AKA. You're not allowed to lie to the police. So you're not, when it comes to that, when it comes to pedigree information, it's actual crime. And they're like, everyone in BMOC, John, shut up, bro. Who cares, bro? I just want to get out of here. I was like, no. This is important. This is important, like, because they're going to start to push in legislation like this. And this is insane because we need to be able to document who he is. What's to stop them from giving us a fake name every other time if they start to push this down? And then they moved on to, well, if Peaches tells you, and I'm like, look, I'll call the guy Peaches. I don't care, but I'm not putting it on an Omni. Like, he's going to tell me his real name and I could refer to him as Peaches. And I believe the only reason that happened is because of the noise that I made about that. That way you got the preferred name, by the way. So you guys are welcome for that. And then the other thing that happened is they said, well, if Peaches wants to go in the male cell, in the female cell, then you have to put Peaches in the female cell. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, that is ridiculous. I was like, so when Peaches decides he's Frankie again, and he rapes the girls in the cell, it's all good? And again, everybody, what do you care? What do you care? What do you care? You know what that was? That was a shirking of the responsibility of every member of the service in that room. You know what happened? They had the captain come in. He pulled me out of the room. He said, why aren't you just saying yes to all of this and going about your day? None of this matters. And I was like, it all matters. Everything matters. And I'm never doing what they're asking that to do. That is ridiculous. This is a scary narrative. And I'm scared that this is being pushed in a police department training for NYPD supervisors. And when you look at most of these guys, they're morons and they're going to do exactly what this guy says. And he's like, keep your mouth shut, basically. Like, basically threatened me that I can't say anything. And that's what that is. This is what all of this is. Oh, it's a good thing Marlon was fired. You know, Richie Taylor will take care of, you know. It's a good thing all these Chiefs get 3/4, but we got to get rid of Marlon. You know, you can't, we got to get him out of here. You know, this guy, you know, you can never ask a question. That's violence. You can never ask a question. You can never actually approach facts. We can't talk about science or anything, any of that. We can't talk about the law. We're only the police department. Why would we talk about the law here? We're just going to pretend like none of that exists. And so, you know, I've said it on here before, and I'll say it again. Nietzsche said that we are responsible for everything we do and everything everybody else does. And does that mean for things that you don't know about that are going on in South Africa? No. But everything that's coming in front of your face, every piece of garbage that's coming in front of your face, you make the decision every day. Am I going to address that or am I not going to? And when it comes to the NYPD, when it comes to NYPD leadership, they've made the decision that they're not going to address anything that comes out of City Hall, that comes out of City Council. They are going to go along with the world, regardless if it diminishes public safety and quality of life and continues to destroy policing. We are so past the defund the police movement. We are so much further down the trough at this point, where it's getting to the point of abolishment at this point. And nobody wants to acknowledge it. And it's because of the silence of all of us. And it's the same thing with America. That's why we're failing. You think letting people that didn't earn things become CEOs and put them in positions of executive for sales managers that never sold anything, you think that didn't have an effect on everything? Had an effect on absolutely everything. But nobody wanted to say anything. No, we can't say anything. No, we can't say. No, I love diversity, equity, inclusion. It's the best thing ever. Oh, really? How come you don't ask for it in China? How come you don't ask for it in Japan? How come you don't ask for it in Russia? Why is it only America? Like, why is only America? It makes sense. But you can't. And that's what it is. Everybody shirked responsibility, and we're seeing the result of it. And now the only way you get into that position of leadership, great guy, good guy, love him, this, that, good friend, bullshit, because that guy will do anything, including stick you in a fucking gas chamber. So don't tell me he's a good guy. You in order for you to enter into police leadership now, you're either getting in because you're an elected sheriff and you ran and you campaigned like a politician, or you're willing to be used like an empty vessel and you're willing to do absolutely anything you're told. No is not in your vocabulary. So no, yeah, I'm like, I don't even want to talk about it anymore, honestly, because I'm so disgusted. I'm gonna fly off the handle because I'm super, like, I can't even believe what's happening. And FYI, NYPD Police Commission has been radio silent on social media. Wonder why.
Yeah, they've been radio silent about Richie Taylor, about these allegations. And to me, silence is not healthy. And to me, silence doesn't do anybody good. There's a time to be silent and listen, but there's also a time to give a response. And what I hear about Franco says, by the way, great guy, Mo. What I hear when I hear about silence, it makes me think of the movie The Silence of the Lambs, right? I think most people saw the movie The Silence of the Lamb, right? And what is the premise of that movie, right? The main actress in that movie has childhood trauma, and she was living on a farm, and lambs were being slaughtered, and she wanted to silence those screams to make her feel better. And I think that's what people are doing, right? Let's play pretend. Let's not listen to all the noise that's going on there. Let's pretend Richie Taylor didn't get these allegations. Let's pretend that he's not being held to the same standard as cops. But if we just silence everyone and we don't hear it, then we can move on. And that's what, in the movie The Silence of the Lambs, she can't hear those screams anymore because she couldn't save them. So she didn't want to hear screams anymore, because anytime she heard screams, it made her think of the time she couldn't save those lambs. So I think it's kind of the same thing. And that's why people want to silence us, John. They want to silence us because they don't want to hear us. They don't want to hear it anymore. They'd rather just not listen to it and just play pretend. And it's almost at the point, sad, Marlon, but honestly, Marlon, you deserve to be arrested. You should be locked away and thrown in a key. And you're a racist bastard for agreeing and having a network with us. You asked questions. You should be terminated from the job. And I know so. You know how I know? Because when I started this network, when we all started this network together, I got numerous calls from cops. They're like, dude, you're not worried that they're going to take your pension? Like, you're not worried that they're going to come after you? So we've normalized that, where you're not supposed to speak up. We want you to be silent. We don't want to hear the screams of the NYPD. We don't want to hear the screams of the cops, the reality of what's going on. So we'd rather just silence you. So shut the fuck up, John. Shut the fuck up, Eric. Shut the fuck up, John. Marlon, you guys shouldn't be speaking out at all. And what I learned from that is the reality is, and it's sad, I think people believe that we deserve what we got. And if this was medieval times, rhetorically speaking, I believe some of these people would slit our throats if they could. Rhetorically speaking, I think they would slit our throats, because I've been told numerous times by cops, yeah, man, you lucky you still got your pension. You guys have that podcast talking about all that stuff. You're lucky they didn't, try to take that away from you. You feel that and that's normalized about using your First Amendment speech and giving criticism, because apparently they're dictators. And that's what I see happening here. So Marlon, you should be in prison. You ask questions. John, you're not Christian enough, so you should be in jail too. And so should I, for actually trying to take opposition to an overzealous CCRB and talking about the disciplinary matrix that is just completely designed to mitigate factors for those that are in those special tiers of the NYPD. So I don't apologize for saying what I say. And I really do believe that there's people out there that think we deserve what we get, and we should be ostracized for speaking up. And how do I know this also? It's because of the onset when I retired. A lot of people had ghosted me from the police department, still do, and pretend they don't know that I do a podcast, and they pretend they don't watch it also. So for those of you that watch it, and you pretend that you don't watch it, you don't talk to me, or you still do, and you pretend you don't watch the podcast, it's okay. I don't care. It has to sit well with you.
Yeah, I think
Sorry, and just one thing, because like Nin, Juju, whoever the other LEO guy that was never in law enforcement because you're too fucking much of a pussy to ever be a cop, but you want to pretend like you're a police announcer. Again, I'm gonna say it to you one more time. Call up your buddy, you fuck that ponytailed faggot. Call him up and have him meet me, and we'll meet each other, and we'll go live. And I'll show my analytics right from my phone, and he'll show his analytics right from his phone. And he won't do that because what you guys are doing is accusing others of what the fuck you do. I'll gladly, any day of the week, sit down, show anybody our analytics and how they look, but you won't fucking do that. And I'll guarantee you one thing. You guys talk about followers for views, for subscribers. Oh, yeah. You know what? Let's look at that fucking faggot's social media account too. That gets no traction with all his supposed followers. Like, you want to talk about buying shit, going behind our back, talking shit? Be a fucking man, bro. You're 6'3". Stop being a fucking 12-year-old pussy.
Yeah, how do I follow up that?
Good luck, Marlon.
Yeah. Look, it's like we're saying, the silence of people in this world and in this country is like, it really bothers me. It really bothers me because, I was watching a couple of videos from Peter Santinello again, and I see parts of this country that are like a third world country now, and I'm like, and there are people that get angry at us when we talk about all of this stuff. And I keep wondering, like, are these people not looking at all of this and not looking at where this country is headed to? It's like, and what's absurd is that, like, these same chiefs and all that, they expect you to remain silent when you're not on the job anymore. To me, it's like crazy. I'm not, you're not a chief anymore, right? I'm not on the job anymore, right? It's like you expect us just because we're not on the job to still shut our mouths and get in line. And to me, that's absurd. And it's especially absurd when you see the way things are going in this country. When are you going? When is it time to start speaking up and taking a stand on things? When you live in a friggin' third world shithole, is that what you want? Bro, it's just absurd that conditions have gotten this far,
You're spot on, brother. You're. I think. By the way, this is hilarious. Who left? I think it was Hunter. Is it Hunter? Let me see. He's asking if Marlon. Oh, here, yeah, it's Hunter. 6'3". Is Marlon short like the lieutenants? I don't know. Somehow, John, you and I are getting shorter every day. I'm 5'10". Apparently, that's short.
Marlon's the tallest out of all of us.
Marlon is pretty tall, dude.
6'1".
I don't know about that.
Marlon. When I met Marlon in person,
I'm like 5'11".
Yeah. No, you're not 5'11". You're way taller than me. I'm 5'10".
So Eric's short too. I get it.
Yeah. We're all
How
short.
tall are you really, Eric?
We've all been standing on platforms this whole time. This is great. Listen,
Look, height obviously doesn't mean anything, right, dude? Height doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean you're a man. Doesn't mean you have integrity. Doesn't mean you have a spine. You send your little bitches that you convince that you'll wind up screwing over, and they'll be against you soon too. To subvert the first guy that was trying to subvert our messaging. Like, fuck him, fuck that kid. And all of them, like, see, it's because it's such childish shit, bro. I hear it constantly from all these people calling me. He says you got fake subscribers. I was like, okay, so fucking meet me. Let's do this. Let's go live. I want to see right from your app. I'll show you right from my app. Let's do it. We'll go right online, dude. Let's do it. You won't do it. You'll keep talking the shit, but you won't do it because that's what you're fucking doing because nobody wants to listen to it. And your show's only like even a little bit of palatable because of us. We showed you how to do this shit, bro, in case you want to know. And you thought you were good. I'm the guy. I'm the guy. No, you're not the fucking guy. What about the other thing? What was he saying? I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. And then fucking Jimmy Rodriguez, for whatever reason, they told him that I was talking shit about him, but it was really Sal. And all of a sudden we saw that, guess what? Sal really wasn't that guy because he was scared out of his fucking mind. And that's why he doesn't go to New York City. And that's why when he's there, he's looking for the fucking cops to protect him, the same ones that he's talking shit about, or he wants a fucking bodyguard. When you see me in New York City, you see me in New York City. I don't need anybody around me because I'm not a fucking pussy like the both of yous. And Jack, same goes for you. You think I don't know that it's you in the fucking chat, bro? You think I'm an asshole? That you come on and you steal all the fucking talking points and then you talk shit on your little fucking gay little podcast that you don't know what you're talking about. You develop all your talking points off of this fucking show and everyone knows it. You go on my social media, see what the fuck I'm talking about, and then those are your talking points. You're bringing up fucking Kalshi. You don't even know what Kalshi is, dude. Like, you don't even know what it is. Like, everyone sees what's happening, bro. And you guys come on here like little girls, bro. Go fuck yourselves. Keep doing the dirty work for all the whatever they are, the fraternal organizations. Keep doing it. Keep pushing all the narrative. Even your shit with Richie Taylor, bro. It was a whole hit job on Richie Taylor. Did it turn out to be right? Yeah, but you weren't obsessed with it. You don't give a fuck. You don't care about integrity because you don't have any. You're a fucking snake in the grass, bro. Everyone knows what you did here, and that's why nobody gives a fuck, dude. Seriously, everybody knows what you did. You're a phony fuck. And fuck Roger Stone, too.
Marlon, how do I top that, man? Joseph Quinones, what's up, brother? Friend to the pocket. It says, I don't know, now we're going to everybody's height. It says, I'm 6'4". That's tall, brother. It says, I got integrity, Mofoga. Just kidding. John, Eric, Marlon, keep on rocking. Yeah, I'm a good 5'10", brother. Well, on a good day, if I stick my neck up. And John's 4'11". Marlon is tall. Marlon is definitely not 5'11". Definitely like 6'1".
I don't know. Maybe with my shoes on, I look taller, but no, I'm 5'11", bro. I'm not.
Someone said Allison Esposito is as tall as Lieutenant. Pretty funny. But you know what? Yeah, my message to Jack, too, is Jack actually reached out to this network a long time ago, and Jack wanted,
please let me help you.
Yeah, Jack wanted to get involved and help us.
I want to produce for you, John. I love you, John.
So, hey, Jack, I'm still waiting for that thank you gift, by the way, because we did help you out and put you on this network, and that afforded you the right to run away with your boyfriend, and you never told us a word, never said thank you, not a word, and you know what? I've heard excuses. He's a young kid. No, you know better. You know right and wrong. But whatever. Hey, listen, go enjoy yourself.
But Eric, I'm in the room. I hear things.
Go make a lot of money.
I was smart. You gotta be smart. You can't be stopping criminals. You gotta lock up the women. You go get the women after they go out to dinner with their friends. They get a half a cup of wine. You ask them if they drink. Bam, no CCRB. Bam.
That's right.
Because I'm smart. I know what I'm doing.
I should have stopped the perpetrator.
January 6th with Roger Stone and wore my fucking shield and my gun out like a fucking jerk off. Fucking asshole. And your lawyer didn't even give you your fucking defense for it. I had to give it to you, you fucking asshole. Keep giving him more of your money, you fucking jerk off.
Oh, this is too much fun. Anyway, listen, we're 3 hours and 16 minutes into it. I want to thank everybody here, our friends and listeners. I think this is a hell of a show. I love Friday Roundtables. A lot of stuff being discussed. I think it's important. I really do think it's important. I think Marlon, myself, and John have really showed you in fair detail that these chiefs really never retire. And I think ultimately that's what it comes down. They never retire. They carry this stage with them. They're always on a platform. It just doesn't feel real to me. It feels like they're always walking around the platform and they're always auditioning. I mean, because the reality is, why can't they just come out and speak about the atrocities, talk about the morale of the NYPD, talk about the policies, how they don't work, and you don't hear that kind of stuff. They're always very careful, always tiptoeing and being very careful. I find that must be exhausting to always have to carry your own weight. I mean, where is someone going to come out and say, hey, listen, here's all the problems. I would never take that job as PC. Damn well, I haven't one person. But apparently, if you're offered that kind of job, you have to take it. That's what I've learned. You must take it. You must take it. It's sad. It's sad. It really is. And I just hope that the tides can turn. I really do want to know what happens along the way. And, man, I just want to be a chief for one day. I just want to know what goes on there because it must be pretty damn freaking good. I want to know, what goes on. Like, is it just free steak dinners all day? And what is it that they always want to be connected? It must be pretty damn good. Now, listen, I love my career in the NYPD. At the end, there was a lot of turmoil, and in the end, it turns out to be the best. I learned a lot from it. We're doing this network together, but I'm retired. I'm retired, and that's why I say to these chiefs, "Are you retired? Are you really retired?" And the answer is no. They're not. Their minds, their bodies left the job. Well, their bodies left the job a long time ago. Most of these guys, Ronnie Harris looks like he's taking care of himself. He looked nice, but most of them, their bodies left, but their minds are still there. So where are their hearts? That's what I'm curious. Where are the hearts? Joe 6899. Joe 14%. No, and that's defamation, brother. You were forced to retire. No, I was not forced to retire. I had to make a decision. Could I do what I was paid and trained to do no longer? But no, I was not forced to retire. In fact, I was actually offered to be a CO of a squad, and I was offered intel. But I decided to retire because I knew I could not do what I was paid and trained to do. So, oh well, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know about stakes, but they get a lot of perks, bro. It's like being almost being like you're already a celebrity as a cop, right? In terms of the scrutiny, but when you're a chief, you've got that celebrity status in terms of perks. I mentioned in the past, like you go to the U.S. Open, and you get access to that 10,000. It's probably like 20,000 now because it was 10,000 like maybe 6-7 years ago. You get access to that box in the U.S. Open. So while all the plebs are sitting in their seat, and not really plebs because the U.S. Open tickets are expensive, right? But while the plebs are sitting in those seats, you're sitting in that booth getting a platter of fruits and having a champagne there and all this stuff waiting for you already. So, and in addition to that, you get like front row tickets. You get basically front row positioning in lines in a lot of places around the city because it's all a gigantic network of security firms that, consulting and people that know people because of these connections they've made as in political circles while being chiefs. So it's a lot of perks they get, and they can't stand coming back to reality and living like a regular Joe again. And they can't make anything for themselves outside of that system. They can't say, you know what, I don't need the system. Like look, we don't need the system. We're building something right here. And that's what gives us freedom because we'll build it on our own. We don't need you. Okay. We don't need to kiss certain chief. We don't need to kiss a chief's ass or like hold back our criticism and go along to get along. We could build our own things. And these guys can't do that. They have to stay within the system because they're slaves to that system, and they're slaves to that mentality of that mentality, So, and by the way, that doing this podcast, what I notice is that at a certain point when you're in the media, the establishment comes to you, like I said, and they want to co-opt you, and they want to use you to push agendas and propaganda. That's what turned the mainstream into the mainstream. Because I'm sure, when those guys in the mainstream media started when they were younger, they might have been just like us or along the same path as us. But at a certain point, they get so big that the establishment realize, holy shit, these guys are becoming a problem. We've got to stop them. So you know how we're going to stop them? One of the ways, we're going to try and co-opt the message, and try and make them get in line. Maybe they'll get the access. Maybe if we feed them little bits of access, they're going to get in line and get with the program and stop criticizing us.
Mom, you deserve to be in jail. Joe 14% says you got fired for taking a vaccine shot. You gave up your pension over something stupid. Deep down, you regret it. You could see. Yeah. This is what people think. Sick.
Yeah, this is what Joe thinks. Yeah. Guess again, Joe. You. It sounds like you're coping, Joe. Because I look at myself every day in the mirror and I think I made a great decision. Okay, I stood by my principles and I didn't take something that I know for a fact. Again, I researched it, and from the FDA's own documents, I know it was wrong and it was illegal. And I stand by that decision. I will stand by that decision. Unlike when Rodney comes up here and he dances around the answers because he can't give a straight answer of whether he to his own decisions. Okay, I stand by my decision. Okay, and that's what separates us from him, because we'll stand by our decision. Okay, and we'll tell you the truth and give you an answer. Okay, and I stand by my decision to not take that crap. Okay, and most of you who took that crap, you look back on it now and say, "Damn, I wish I hadn't taken that crap." So tell me, Joe, who was right? Like, was I wrong for not taking it now? When most people agree that it was wrong, was I wrong now? So
no, but that's the thing. That's the apathy. Like, that's that evil spirit. That's that same thing. Didn't matter. It was something stupid. Really? I could force you to put something in your body that you don't want or need for nothing. I could violate all the laws. I could violate everything. I could tell you don't believe in God. That's something stupid. Joe, someone telling you that you don't believe in God when you do, in a country that was founded on religious freedom, you think is something stupid? Let me tell you something, my friend. If we were fucking a quarter, you're not even a quarter, if we were an eighth of the men that founded this country, there would have been fucking blood in the streets.
it's true.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what something stupid. Said your wife, she's going to put this in her body even though she doesn't want to need it. Your daughter, she's going to put this in her body even though she doesn't want to need it. Are you kidding me? Something stupid? Absolutely not. That was the ultimate litmus test. You obviously failed, my friend. You obviously failed. You're too stupid to see it. The spirit of apathy is amongst everybody. And that's the shit that enrages me. Don't talk about that. We can't talk about that. Everything's good. Oh my God, Rodney Harrison's going to be the PC. It's going to be so great. No, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. No, it's not. It's going to be exactly worse than what it is, because we're on the downward spiral, my friends. Who do you want leading the cart all the way down the hill? You know,
John, I think there should be. Yeah, I think there should be. Sorry, I just want to know if you agree. I think that from now on, I think there should be wristbands for cops based on sexual orientation. If you're straight, I think you should have a blue wristband. If you're gay, maybe a pink one. If you like boys and girls, maybe you get a purple wristband. I think all cops should be identified by wristbands, by sexual orientation. And if that comes down from City Hall, I think we should do it. What do you think?
Look, I think that whatever anything that comes down from City Hall, obviously all of these people do. And that's it. City Hall said so. So let's throw the Constitution of the United States out the window. Let's throw all our morals, our integrity, and everything out. Whatever they ask me to do. I'm your empty vessel. Use me. Nothing matters. Everything at City Hall. It's not me. I'm not a chief of department. I'm not a cop. I'm not a man. I'm not a father. I'm not a husband. I'm whatever City Hall needs me to be. I'm whatever my God in government tells me to be. You know, like, again, so many people bent down on their knees in front of a racist, terrorist, Marxist organization that's controlled by white leftists and uses black people. And they actually took a knee. But so many people figuratively have taken a knee. And that's the thing. So, like I said, I always say, you know, I know a lot of people hate us and hate me in particular. And I get all that hate every day. And you know what? I hold my head up high because I'm free, because all that shit that Mullen's talking about, I don't want to do any of it. I don't want to sit around a bunch of fake, phony people and have some fake, phony conversations and pretend like I give a fuck what they think about politics when they're a bunch of morons, or pretend that they know what's happening in the streets or know anything about civics or public safety when they've never experienced the things I've experienced. I don't want to be there, because I know if I'm there, I'm just going to be annoyed and nobody's really going to like me anyway. So I don't need to be in those fucking circles. So, you know, you might get, you know, your bank account might look a little bit bigger than mine. Maybe, probably not, because a lot of you guys don't make good life choices anyway. But even if it is, your bank account's bigger than mine, you go to all the foo-foo parties, you do all this shit, I wouldn't trade with you in a second. You have to pay me a lot of money to go do that stuff. And again, nobody would like me anyway, because I am who I am, and that's who I've always been, and that's who I'm going to be until the day I drop dead. So who's the real rich person here? Who's the real person that has everything? Me or you? I say what I want. You fucking hide the fact that you say what you want, and then you go home at night and you try to convince yourself all these things about what you got to say. So who's really the rich person? Because I think it's me. I do.
Well, that's why I say I feel sorry for them, right? Because these people, they don't love themselves. They don't. I don't think you could actually love yourself or respect yourself if you're willing to put aside your expertise, your knowledge, and what you know for a job because you want an opportunity. The reality is, at One Police Plaza, in numerous offices, when these chiefs go there, they have to leave their phones outside. So not only do they not respect each other, respect themselves, but they can't trust one another. They can't even trust each other. They have to leave their phones outside. That's a horrible way to live. I think that, honestly, it's a horrible way to live like that. Is it really worth the money? That's why I say they don't care about the money. The money's a byproduct. They get millions. They get all these jobs open. They happen to have so much money attached to it, but they don't care. I refuse to live my life that way. And I'm glad you said that. I refuse to live my life. I want to live my life. If I could speak my mind and actually stand on principle and what I believe in, well, then I feel my life is fruitful. Because life is short term and death is permanent. And the reality is I don't want to live a life like that where I have to carry a lie and pretend a certain way. I find that exhausting. I don't want to live that way. Sure as hell, not for me. And that's why I continue to wear that term, the name most complaint cop, and carry it as mocking the system, mocking it, because I don't give a shit. Because damn well, there's a lot of other people out there who did just as good police work as I did. And I'm proud to say they're now walking the halls, getting promoted because of people like me that stood on principle. There are people out there that have gotten promoted through the ranks that have a civilian complaint record just as I do, were attacked by an overzealous civilian complaint review board, and they're now walking across the stage and they get promoted. Why? Because of people like me, because of people like you, John, because of people like Marlon that actually stand up on principle and speak our minds and not afraid for what comes at us. You know, it was the unknown when we started this network. It was the unknown. People said, don't do it. Don't. I know how many people told me, don't do it. Don't talk. Don't say things publicly. They're going to go after your pension, go after this. And the reality is, I didn't know. Could they actually go after it? I don't know. I'm sure these guys have some tricks that maybe they could. And you know what? I said, I don't give a shit because I'd rather die for something than live for nothing. And I told my family, you know what? If they fire me, I'll find another job. I'll always survive. You'll eat. I'll always take care of my family. Don't worry about it. I got you because that's what men do. And if they want to try to take my pension, take it. Because they're not going to take my heart and they're not going to take my dignity. Never. And that's the reality. And I find that more important. It's more important for me, and I'm glad it's more important for you and Marlon. And that's why we do this together. Because I couldn't do this to people that were fake. That's a heavy thing to carry. You know, they say heavy is the crown, but it's also heavy to carry a lie. A lie carries a lot of weight. The truth is much easier.
So wait, so you're saying that if we have somebody on here, you might actually criticize them? The audacity?
Hey, you learned that after 3.5 hours?
I thought that this isn't the Finest Filtered. That's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
we could name it the Finest Propaganda.
Well, you know. Curious stuff, my friends. Look at Marlon. That's it. Marlon fucked up. That was his one time. He did it. It's Friday, 3 hours, 32 minutes in. You did it, Marlon. We got you.
It took 3 hours and 32 minutes, though. So
it took 3 hours. I am getting loopy. Someone said you get loopy after 3 hours. I do.
Yeah.
I saw my filter starts to. I was trying to be all professional this episode. Try not to curse.
Joe 14, you're a real tough guy. Joe 14 says, Eric, I would have fought you in the locker room if I knew my boss was the most complaint cop in the NYPD. You are a disgrace and the opposite of a role model. Joe 14, you wouldn't last 4 seconds with me, by the way. I say that confidently, Joe. You wouldn't last 4 seconds. If you want to do a boxing match, if you want to do MMA, jiu-jitsu, I've done it all. You want to fight in the parking lot, I'd be more than happy. Thank you.
He doesn't fight for sport. He fights to kill, Eric. All right.
Yeah,
you don't want to do that.
He's a killer. I'm terrible. I'm really shaking.
I ain't gonna fight you because I fight to kill. And I'm like, yeah, all right, bro.
I think if Joe 14 approached me, I would be just like Richie Taylor. I'd be squirming. I gotta get the hell out of here. Joe 14, he's got 14% body fat. So
yeah. Joe's the guy. It was funny. I was in the 120 holding cell, and I was there for a joint that was this big that I didn't hit. And this fucking Spanish guy comes up to me. He's like, I'm in here for murder. What are you in here for? I'm like, bro, I'm in here for a fucking joint. And if you don't get the fuck away from me, I want to fucking smash your head into the floor. I was like, because I'm not in the mood to deal with any of this fucking bullshit. So get the fuck away from me. And he was like, yo, chill out, bro. What's wrong with you? And everybody's like, what's wrong with you? I was like, what's wrong with me? I'm in here. I'm in a cell for 12 hours for something I didn't do. I can't even go home. I got to sit here with these jerk-offs. Like, are you kidding me? Leave me alone. I'm not talking to any of you. To be getting arrested is not a good thing. You know, that's Joe. I'm in here for murder. The guy wasn't in there for murder. You know, fucking coming over, he sees a white boy sitting in the cell. He thinks he's gonna pick on me. I'm like, get the fuck out, fucking, you know.
Look at all these stuff, guys. Joe 14. Yeah, okay. And then we got Juju. Juju, I know Juju. I know where you teach. I seen your pictures.
No, they get annoying after a while because they just keep doing it. Like, they just keep talking. Like, I didn't even want to address anything, but it's always the same shit. That's all they do. I'm like, these guys don't have lives. Like, Richie Taylor, like, stealing time. Like, this shit isn't stealing time. This kid's at work right now. This kid's at fucking work right now all day. And remember, Juju, we're not the ones that fucking sued you for having an opinion on here, by the way. Right? We're not the fucking ballless fucking 6'3" coward that fucking sued you because you had a bad opinion. He hurt my feeling. He makes nasty comments about me. He said we have fake subscribers. I'm gonna sue him because he works for the police department. You know, yeah, no, they didn't swap my house, and yeah, nobody really watches my show, and nobody really gives a fuck about what I say. But I did a lot of dumb shit, and you know, and I eventually got to be the most hated cop. And I replaced John McCarry, and I'm the most hated guy, and everyone knows me straight from South Florida.
I'm terrified of Joe.
They just get like, you know, they get like, it's so annoying to watch. Like, sometimes I feel like I should just block them out, but I like most of the people in the chat. But it's but like the Juju, the Nin, this new idiot Leo, who I know who you are, bro. It's very easy, you know, it's very easy. But they're a bunch of lackeys, dude. You're a bunch of lackeys, bro. I'll tell you this. In a year or two, you're all going to be sitting here wanting to do uncompensated security for all of us. And you're all going to want to be on the network, right? And it's going to be real funny to watch because ain't none of you coming back, bro. You only get one chance, my friend. That's it.
You know what the funny part is when I go to New York, because I don't know who Joe 14 is. He knows who he is. We don't see his picture. He's probably going to shake my hand and say, "Oh, it's nice to meet you." Right, Joe 14? That's what you're going to say in person. Juju, you wouldn't say a word to my face. Juju, I saw your pictures.
We resolved it. No, they didn't resolve it, Juju. They didn't resolve it, Juju. They're refiling it, you fucking idiot. So in case you didn't
just laughing in their faces. No, I'm not. Don't worry. I won't slap you. I'm not even going to touch you. I just laugh in your face.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Juju loves that the show that sues him. Yeah, and he
does,
but he loves the show that sues him.
Yeah,
that's right. I want to take you one of Juju's classes, Juju. You're so intelligent, being an author and all the knowledge that you have. You're very intelligent.
Juju, I can't wait. I mean, I'm still working on my book, so I'm about a year out, but I can't wait for the first hour my book's out that it's going to sell more copies than all of yours combined in the first hour. I just can't. I can't wait, Juju. I just can't be like, because it's. I just can't wait for it.
And you know what? But they prove our point. I love it. I love the trolls. They prove our point. You know, because we're giving our First Amendment speech here. You know, they're threatening to fight us. Joe 14, I'm really nervous. You have 14% body fat. That makes me scared. And Juju, I know how tough you are because you're so intelligent. I'm really scared. Really, you're a real tough guy. I don't want to go near your class, you know, because I don't know if you're gonna hit me with a book or something. So I'll be careful.
Yeah, and Nin says, you laugh on my ass, bro. I work for the ponytail faggot, though, right? No, you don't work for the ponytail faggot. The ponytail faggot gave you all his money. You robbed him. You didn't do his case properly, and you're continuing to subvert him and use him. He is your hoe. You're the pimp. He's the hoe. That's who you are. We know who you are, Nin. We're not fucking idiots.
Well, the ponytail works for you.
He doesn't work for you. He works for you. He works for you. He's out hustling. He's out in South Florida right now with fucking thigh highs, fucking and fishnet stockings, fucking hoeing himself.
Hey, I know what I want to know. Hey, listen, we're here 3 hours and 37 minutes. Did we say anything wrong today? Because I think we're dead on. We're spot on. Right, Juju? Right, Joe 14? We're spot on here. Well, listen, almost 4 hours into it. Friday Roundtable, man, it's fire, man. Johnny got me laughing here. It's hilarious. It's hilarious because it's true. Right? Things that are funny, things that are true are funny. So, as always, thank you, brothers. Thank you to our friends and listeners, trolls, man. You know, we love it. I love the trolls. I really do. I really do. You build the algorithm. You're great fans. You hate us, but you watch us for 4 hours. I can't imagine spending 4 hours with people I don't like. So it's pretty interesting. Think about it. So I love it. I really do. I really do. No one hates on you that's not doing better than you. So think about it. Juju. Apparently, you're not doing too good. So with that being said, you guys are ready? Want to get to the coffee and donuts, or you got more stuff?
Well, one point before we get to that, you a couple go rounds ago, you had mentioned about pensions and we should be silent.
Yes.
To keep our pensions. Just a quick point on that, right? And a reminder to you guys who aren't paying attention to this, right? Well, part of the plan of balancing the budget, includes the deferring those pension contributions. That's still ongoing. We haven't forgotten about it, right? And the point that I'm trying to make here is that if these guys are saying, watch out for your pension, you could lose your pension if you keep speaking out. Well, guess what? You could lose your pension just by remaining silent, right? Clearly, they're targeting your pension there, right?
Boom! Drop the mic on that one, man.
So and for those of you also who you tell us the reason you took the shot was because I wanted to save my pension, right? I got to save my pension, man. I have. Well, guess what? You here they are targeting your pension again. So I say this a couple of times, and I'm gonna say it again. For those of you in the chat who said, "Oh, Mullen made you made a big mistake. You now you regret it." Well, guess what, guys? I got screwed, right? We got screwed, but we got screwed once. You guys are getting screwed multiple times, multiple times, right? You took it to save your pension, and now your pension is on the verge of getting adjusted, right? And you also have to live with the shot. Okay, so I got screwed once, but you're getting screwed multiple times here, right? And how well is being silent working out for you? Doesn't seem to be working out for me. Well, in my opinion, it doesn't look like it's going to work out for you remaining silent. So,
Great point, dude. Absolute great point. Nobody cares. No, money grows on trees, and we're good. Don't worry about it. Listen,
Fine on, Mom. That was good, Mom. That was good.
Money grows on trees. That's it. So, all right, peoples. All right, let's get to the coffee and donuts because I'm at my wit's end at this point.
I'm gonna say money grows on coffee and donuts still.
I'm gonna before I reach through the computer and strangle Nin and
Easy. Joe 14 might come after you and Juju.
Oh yeah. No. He fights to kill, Joe.
Joe 14 and Juju, they might beat me and you up together.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. And if anyone ever wants to do the analytics thing, bring Jack too, because we want to see how little anyone even knows him. Jack, you could thank us for anyone even knowing who.
I'm sorry, you have to have a bigger than a size 14 neck to actually get that policy.
And not be green.
You have to see the sun.
Anthony, thank you, brother. He says, keep keeping us informed. That's it, baby. Let's rock out, baby. Finest Unfiltered. We ain't going nowhere. We're not changing. We're not being subverted. We're not going to not talk about things. We're not going to not give opinions. Opinions are opinions, right? My father always used to say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. If you don't like it, don't worry about it. If you do, good. If you want to talk about it, talk about it,
So we're not changing the name? We're still going to be the Finest Unfiltered?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Come on, Samurai.
It takes loads of courage to stand up to the establishment when it affects your bottom line, job, or future. So many choose the wicked path instead. We all face these issues. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we fail. Look, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. And it's really hard when you're in the system and they change the game on you to make a decision. And I always say, I feel bad. Guy's got his family, job's sole source of income. You're like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? You got kids and you give into that fear. And I'll never fault anybody for doing that because we all do things to protect our family, right? We all put our lives on the line. Especially in police work, you run through doors that you don't know what's on the other side of. You know what I mean? You do that to protect your family. So I understand that rationale and why doing it, but it's a completely different rationale as to when you are now retired. You have money, you have health care, your feet are not being held to the fire, and you're willingly going to go back and be a coward openly. You're willing to be used as an empty vessel. It's completely different thing than that. And that is the ultimate sin, in my opinion. You know, one of the things I said is that for the mandate, I said, let's all sergeants, lieutenants, and captains all put our papers in. And they'll pull the mandate tomorrow. We can't do that. We can't do that. I'm waiting. I had guys that are like 62 years old. I'm like, dude, they're kicking you out in 3 months, bro. What do you mean you can't do it? I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm like, dude, if we do this, what if they don't? I'm like, they're not going to shut the police department down, dude. What are you kidding me? Make a stand. Stand for something. And then obviously, in case you were wondering how I was the first person in the NYPD to be denied and have my appeal denied, that's how you know. Because they felt that I had the ability to garner enough of that support. And people in the LBA at the time were like, you should run for LBA president. And that's what that is like. So, it's completely different. You're a young guy, you got a family, you're in a career, they change the game on you, you give in. We're all put in bad situations and we all do things like that. But now you're a guy, you're up there, you reach the pinnacles of the NYPD and you're willing to go on all fours. Like, come on, I got no respect for that.
Yeah. And it's good to remember who was the chief of department during that time frame. Well, it was Rodney Harrison. Okay. So should we not criticize him for that?
Yeah, you know what? It's pretty funny we say all this, but so John, how many chiefs call you on a daily basis, or call you at all, just to see how you're doing and see if there's anything you need?
Well, I got a lot of chiefs that call me to try to fucking push my opinion one way or the other. I do. They don't really give a fuck about me though. They don't care. They don't. Mike Marino calls me a lot. He asks about my daughter. He cares. I speak to Rob Lukash. He calls me. He asks me. The rest of them, they just call me to fucking, you guys, they want to massage me. They want to massage what's coming out. It's not really pension fraud. It's like, no, it's pension fraud. Like, yeah, it's pension fraud. Yeah, no, it's fraud.
The same thing here. I learned in life. There's two types of people, right? There's two types of people that call your phone. And I know exactly. There's people that call your phone that ask for nothing. They actually call, hey, you doing, care about you, and they ask for nothing. And then you got the other people, they call you and they just want something. They want to know information. They want to know stuff about the network. And I get those. Those are the two types of phone calls I get. Mm-hmm. Rob Lukash, when I talk about Chiefs, Rob Lukash, he calls, sees how I'm doing. Mike Marino, same thing. But I have some Chiefs that have contacted me too because they want to get information or get some inside information, what's going on with the network. So get those two types of phone calls. I know Marlon, you must have got a lot of phone calls with Chiefs offering you jobs, and I'm sure they called you quite often to see how you're doing. And they called me.
No, I don't really know anybody that far up. I have guys. I've had people who really. I've had people who try to call me and try to influence us on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to Lou Turco when I first retired, and told me I wish you guys would just stop doing what you're doing, go enjoy your life, and you got money, you got a pension. And then I got a phone call 5 minutes later. No, what you guys are doing is great. I mean, clearly you must have thought I was recording him. Lou, I was not recording you, but just to show you, that conversation changed real quick. But yeah, I'm enjoying life. I'm enjoying retirement. I love when people say, go enjoy your life. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm hanging out with my buddies here. We're talking about police work, talking about politics. This is therapeutic. You want to talk about coping mechanisms? This is great. Yeah, this is coping. It works. Yeah, I hope it's coping for you too.
No, yeah. I went from nobody knew who I was to overnight everyone's calling me. Hey, John, how's everything? Oh, now you give a fuck. It's weird. Nobody cared when I was talking about the vaccine mandate and I was trying to stay at work. Now all of a sudden, all of these big wig law enforcement professionals across the country care about me. It's weird. And they want to know what I'm going to say about this and what I think about this and why it's not accurate. And, and it's laughable. And like, I talk to a lot of people that I don't mention their names on here because it's really not, it's not important, but I know what it is. You know what I mean? I know why that happens. I'm not an asshole. I mean, I guess everyone thinks I'm a fucking asshole, but I'm not. I'm not as stupid as I look. I'm not as stupid as I sound. And,
Are you sure?
I'm a little taller than I say. I'm definitely taller than 4'8", I'm definitely taller than 4'8", so, I'm like I'm the world's tallest halfling. Actually, I'm in the World Guinness Book of Records for that.
Oh, you're a halfling? I think someone put that in the comments too. That's pretty funny.
And I
Yeah.
lift the most amount of weight for being a halfling, Joe.
You know what I enjoy, because I don't have to lie about it. I enjoy the closet fans who pretend and say, oh no, I don't watch a show, or people I speak to, like, yeah, so and so said this. They said they don't watch a show, but they knew about this. Like, oh yeah, they're watching the show. They're watching the show. Just admit it, admit it. It's all good. Not trying to be a celebrity, just trying to help. It's okay. You can admit you watch it. There's plenty of people who watch it in secret. Plenty of people who watch it and they're afraid to subscribe to it. That's a tough way to live. Tough way to live.
Yeah, my guess is you're gonna get more calls from chiefs and these people, because probably, if I had to guess, I'd say behind scenes they're like, oh, we got to do something about these guys. How could they can't say that. They can't. They how could they say that? They're wrong. I'm sure behind the scenes they're thinking of ways that they can shut us down or shut us up, or change the turn us into some agenda driven mainstream media alternative. Right. So
yeah, no, it's bullshit, so I love it. I love it. All these guys, they don't want to talk about anything. Oh, I'm going to start a podcast. I'm like, oh yeah, you think anybody's going to watch it? Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to watch it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to hear it. Like, I don't need to hear bullshit. Like, I don't need to hear it. Nobody else wants to hear it. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. Do good, but like, you might get a ton of sponsors right off the bat. But I mean, it's a hard sell to keep. Oh, what do your analytics look like? Oh, we average about 60 viewers, and yeah, and my social media, when I put out a post, there's like one person likes it. And it's like, well, do you think you're really tackling the issues? Do you think you're really backing the blue or standing up for cops? Do you think so? Because I think that if you were, you'd get a lot more views than that. I think you'd be in the millions. I think you'd compete with us then. But the proof's in the pudding, bro. The proof's in the pudding.
Yeah.
The proof's in the pudding, man. When you got the mainstream media attacking us, you have the whole establishment attacking us. It's the proof is in the fucking pudding, dude. Like, it is what it is. I love it. I love it. I consistently hear, all these fucking meetings that are happening all across the country. Oh, they were talking about you guys today. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't let them keep talking. I don't care, because they're ballless. And the same shit when I look at my LinkedIn every day. It's a who's who of who's a fucking coward in law enforcement. They look at my LinkedIn, they peruse it. Then a week later, they look at it again. And a week later, they look at it again. And then I friend request them and they go silent. It's like, dude, like, you want to say something to me, say it. Like, what? I don't bite. Like, I don't bite. Like, come on. You want to say something, say it. Let's have the conversation. You want to come on? Come on. You want to, don't try to bullshit around with us and tickle around. Oh no, I just care. Like, no, you don't care.
You know what I find interesting? I was getting phone calls off the hook when we exposed that we were being threatened. We don't care about us being threatened, but when our kids were being threatened and we exposed that, that's when I started getting a lot of phone calls. I was getting a crazy amount of phone calls. People like, no way, that's a cop. I can't believe you guys are saying that. There's no way it's a cop. No way. I was told, like, it's impossible. Like, that's when we were going crazy. And then when everybody found that it was a cop, it was actually an NYPD sergeant. Silence of the lambs, dude. I didn't hear a word. Nobody called me and said, oh shit, wow, it really was a cop. Nope, not a word. But Rodney, poor Rodney, sorry, Rodney, his daughter had to see nasty things written about him, and she was really upset. She was crying. Nobody cared when they were threatening our kids. I didn't hear it. Doesn't matter.
Nah, nobody cares. Nobody cares what is a SWAT team outside my fucking house either, right? Like, how do you think my kids felt? That a lot younger than your kids. How do you think they felt when the NYPD sent them, Rodney? How do you think my kids felt then? How do you think my wife felt?
Shh, you weren't a chief. Shh.
And, yeah. And why they come? Oh, that's right. Because I reported the NYPD sergeant that threatened kids. And a year and a half later, on a random Saturday night, the feckless internal affairs, and someone said here is like, they said, I forget who it was. They said IAB is as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Like, it literally, and I personally think they're worse than that. They random Saturday night, a year and a half later, just send cops flying to my house that I'm being threatened by some sergeant who's probably an SDS right now. But I know who he was ordered by. You know, it's a joke, dude. It's an absolute joke. You know, absolute joke.
Yeah, they
Any
are
more
worth
coffee and
that.
donuts? I think there's one more.
No, there's a bunch.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. Great show today, tackling the really important issues, challenging the important questions, always moving the conversation forward and keeping the conversation open and relevant. God bless, like, subscribe, and join the chaos, baby. That's what it is, my friend. Welcome to the chaos, peoples. Welcome to the chaos.
Sound right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Anthony says, I just finished roll call right now and read Taylor is getting a pass. And then listening to this podcast, then ICO telling me to shut down because my OT numbers are high. I am, and he shows pissed. I mean, isn't that the state of the NYPD though? Look, we just had guys giving out millions of dollars running a brothel, so we're gonna take away your overtime, you know, and we're gonna fire this lieutenant over here that didn't even take a quarter of the amount of money that one of those people did. You know, shh, everything's good. We cleaned up the corruption.
Make sure we fire Marlon so we make room for some people to get 3/4. Marlon. You deserve to get fired, by the way.
Yeah, somebody else needs to get 3/4 that didn't work for the agency for a decade, that was in a different agency, but then somehow reverts their pension back to being an NYPD pension and then gets 3/4. Yeah, there's nothing weird about any of that. There's nothing weird about the guy running DCAS who's in charge of enforcing the rules and ensuring that the rules are all applied, having himself, while being in charge of DCAS, listed as a chief in internal affairs. And then he hasn't worked in the NYPD in 10 years, but, you know, behind the scenes, he's actually the chief of internal affairs while actually being the deputy commissioner of civilian role of DCAS, Department of Administrative Citywide Services. And then miraculously, when he retires, even though he wasn't a member of the NYPD for 10 years, he retires with an NYPD pension, but from having the salary of a deputy commissioner of administrative services. There's nothing fraudulent about that. John, you just don't understand. It's like, no, I understand. The pension system's being robbed. Not only has Mondani got his hand in it, but all these fucking vultures have their hand in it. And God help you if I ever get into office, all you motherfuckers, because I'm coming for all of you. You better spend a lot of money and put some hits on me, because I'm coming for all of you. You're going to be a lot of fucking money, all you people.
Yeah.
Benny boy. What's up?
No, I was just going to say, you guys should remember that in a couple months, you know, when the unions come to you and start telling you, oh, you need to accept this. You need to accept just 75% of your pension, 80%, right? So Louis Molina can balloon his pension. Remember that.
Spot on. Yep.
And yeah, still hasn't answered a fucking question, huh, Lewis? Huh? What's the matter? You scared? You're a big fighter for New York, but you're afraid to defend your own actions? Yeah. Fucking pussy. Another pussy. So Benny Boy, 7670. John, maybe the chief wasn't let off. Maybe he was bought and paid for. Now they own him, and he works for those who pull the strings. I mean, look, he always worked for those who pull the strings, you know. I do think that people do get subverted like that, and people do get taken in and owned in scenarios like that, but they're usually a lot worse than that. He was already in with the in crowd, bro, so I don't know.
Well said. Thank you for the coffee donuts, brother. Good.
We got Ruben Alvarez, great friend to the podcast. Ruben, what's up, brother? You know, hope all is well, my friend. He says, once again, gentlemen, you guys are always keeping us in the know. It's always fair to criticize. We shall all see how much more crap the upper echelon continues to get away with. I mean, you know, that's the thing, you know, like it all starts at the top. Accountability starts at the top. And what we see at the top is everything but that. So I don't know, man.
Shout out to Ruben Alvarez, man. Thank you for the coffee and donuts. Thank you for all the kind words. Always saying kind words about us on Instagram. I really appreciate it. Thanks for, you know, really friend to the network. I appreciate it, brother.
And then the Finest 25, Diecast 516. He says, good morning, all. Present for duty. Another great week. Thank you. Thank you for always being here, brother. And we got a couple more on here. Hold on. We got Matt O'Brien. Great 10th show. I enjoy this podcast. Have a great weekend. Matt, have a great weekend, brother. I think I need to hit the beach and do some meditation. Go back into my I have a routine now. My new routine is this. I wake up, I wait like 60 seconds to get out of bed. I get out of bed, and then I go sit for 7 minutes before I look at my phone, and I just think, right? And it didn't work out well for me today.
Why 7 minutes? How'd you come up with that number?
Calm for like an hour or two. That was it.
Why 7 minutes? How'd you come up with that number?
I don't know. I just I felt it was long enough where it was like an awkward pause. It was an awkward pause where it gets boring, but it wasn't like too ridiculous.
They say meditation's great, man. I try, but it's just like there's too much
hard,
shit.
dude. It's super
too much
hard
shit going
bro.
on. I gotta go.
Dude, it's super hard, bro. I can't, like, my brain's always racking, dude. So it's like so hard, bro. So, but running's great, bro. I found like a new love for running, dude. Great new love for it. I love sweating. I love getting into the run. We got Detective Nolan. He says, I'm doing another book signing today at the Staten Island Mall from 12 to 12:15. Bring any book, I will sign it.
That's pretty funny, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
So Nolan, I know you've been beating the shit out of Stephen Lee in the chat consistently, but I will say I haven't watched it yet. But I think Stephen Lee was on Ian Bick's show, so make sure you go check that out. Ian Bick does great interviews. A lot of people were texting us yesterday, calling about it, saying it was a great show. So watch it, give your opinion. You know what I mean? Go on the show and comment on it. I mean, he's on that. One day he was on here going back and forth with you, but definitely check that out. Check out the Ian Bick show. Check out Sergeant Stephen Lee's story. He was on here before and he gave his story. But I'm definitely going to try to get time this weekend to watch and listen to that. So I appreciate everybody for being on here. Sorry if we flew off the handle. Sorry for those we offended. But it's kind of what the hell we do now, that's it, and Juju's going to try to make us openly racist or is dumb. He says, Finest Unfiltered, we support Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder was a story that was bound to happen, and that guy's a loser. And I don't feel bad for anything that happened to him. He brought it on himself, and that's it.
Hey, listen, 4 hours, brother. Thank you for the coffee donuts, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you to our friends and listeners. Thank you to the trolls, especially spending 4 hours with us. Imagine spending 4 hours with someone you hate, but you did it. You did it, Juju. You did it, Nin. You did it, Joe 14. We appreciate it. Thank you for being a fan, really. And Maul and John, as always, thank you so much, brothers. And hey, if you're offended by it, then you're not being honest. I don't think we said anything about anyone's character or personal. We're talking about important issues and holding leadership responsible. Criticism is a valuable tool and must be utilized. It's the checks and balances for leadership that has a say in politics and a say in policing. Very important to keep public safety safe. So if they don't like it, well, then you have to ask, why don't they like it? Why are they protecting the ego so much? We all make mistakes, and we're not free from it. That's how we get better, by being critical. And if we can't be critical, we're lying, and we're not being honest.
Yeah. How do you say you love the institution when you remain silent as it crumbles, right? I see guys like again, Rodney, I see the stuff on your shelf. I see you have pride in the job, but you remain silent as the team falls apart, It's like if you love the team, you're going to speak up and protect the team from going into from becoming an amateur team, So that's it.
That's right, brothers. 4 hours, man. I think I'm hitting my limit. Let's say our goodbyes, man. Anything left? Any housekeeping, Marlon? I know you're good for that.
Nah, I said, well, I was gonna bring a point up about when you said about no. I was gonna bring a point up about Chell and how like for such a small podcast that's hated, we sure got these people who are like, they're becoming like that. They're using the talking points that we bring up on the show and make it their own. Like look at this. Chell mentioning the 3-card mom Danny. Like, gee, I wonder where he got that from. Yeah. Look at this.
John, I trademarked that. Should I call an attorney? We trademarked 3-card mom Danny.
Yeah. Look at this one. Him talking about bootlickers. Right. Look at this. What happened there? Man.
Well, to be fair though, he's been watching for so long. He probably thinks he came up with the shit. Like he doesn't.
Right.
Know, you know what I mean? To be fair,
He doesn't even know anymore.
I mean, everyone says rocket fuel now. Like everybody.
Yeah, good point. We Man, we got to start coming out with shirts and T-shirts.
We're gonna have to, right?
All this
It's
stuff,
true.
you know?
Everybody uses that term now. Getting promoted by Rocket Fuel.
Everybody uses it.
Mom and the premium octane today. Terrible.
Yeah, but I'm done otherwise. Have a great weekend, guys. Stay safe. And John, you just want to let them know if news breaks, we're going to go live.
Sure. Yeah. If anything pops up today, we'll obviously bring it back up to you. But you know, we're hearing that potentially it's imminent from pretty good sources. So I'm not saying it's going to be today. I'm not saying it's going to be 2 weeks, but it's possible. If for some reason the police commissioner resigns, we of course will be doing an emergency podcast wherever we are, wherever we're at. We'll get it together and put it out there. So yeah, I don't know, man. Day's young still on Friday, so let's see what the day brings. But
well, that's the last thing I'd like to finish up. Sid Rosenberg, you were not a cop. I don't care them giving you an honorary sergeant. You have no say. No, we never said 2 weeks, but you know damn well she's going to be stepping down. I just got one thing for you, Sid Rosenberg. You were never a cop, so here you go, brother. And with that being said, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, everybody. Finest Unfiltered. Awesome Friday. I love it. You know, Modern Samurai Tisch is trash. I don't know, man. This is crazy. You're definitely going to get another commissioner. I mean, it's a lot of commissioners in a long time. The turnover is over and over. It's not good. It's not good for anybody. But with that being said, have an awesome weekend, everybody. I think this is Memorial Day weekend. Am I right? I think this is Memorial Day weekend. So, right? I
think so.
Pretty sure it's this weekend. With that being said, so if you're going to be out barbecuing, I don't know what the weather's like in New York, but I tell you where I'm at. It's getting hot already. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. And
actually, no, it's on the 25th.
25th. All right. So
yeah.
It's coming close. But
yeah,
Finest Unfiltered, man. We're not going to be changing. It's still unfiltered. That's the bottom line. So listen, everybody, take care.
Absolutely, people. And wherever you're watching or listening, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Those of you on audios, please subscribe, whatever you're on, Spotify, Apple, any of the other podcast platforms. Make sure to hit a review and leave a review. Give us an honest one. You don't like it? Fine. We're okay with it. You like it? Give us a 5-star. Tell us why you like it. You know, if you guys interested in us doing any episodes or any topics, you know, always hit us up. You know, we try to cover everything that we can. And yeah, that's it, baby. Finest Unfiltered. We'll be back at you Monday morning. Stay tuned. I think we're going to have a lot of news.
There's a handful of retired officers that don't live in the state that have a lot to say about the dream team, as I like to call it. All of a sudden, they retire and have a master plan on how to fight crime, but nothing to contribute when they were here. They want to come back and be part of the dream team. What can I say?